The Bills head into their bye week. They're off this coming Sunday, and they will be in Carolina. But a couple of injury updates before they head to the bye. Bills defensive tackle Daquan Jones and wide receiver Josh Palmer are both considered week to week. Jones injured his calf during pregame warmups on Monday, and Palmer injured his ankle in the second quarter. Meanwhile, Dalton Kincaid, Terrell Bernard, Curtis Samuel, and Matt Milano are all considered day-to-day, according to Sean McDermott. Meanwhile, Michael Hoyt, Larry Ogunjobi, they are eligible to return as their suspension lifts. Sal's got all the details at WGR550.com. Elsewhere around the NFL, Jets wide receiver Garrett Wilson expected to miss some time with a knee injury that he picked up on Sunday in London against the Denver Broncos. Meanwhile, DJ Moore, who left Monday night's game against the Commanders and went to the hospital, is considered day-to-day, so that should not keep him out long-term. Baseball last night, the Dodgers win over the Brewers 5-1. They lead the series 2-0. Sabres in action tonight, 7 o'clock against the Ottawa Senators. Ottawa will not have Brady Tkachuk. He's out for 4 weeks. Tonight's game, again, 7 o'clock at KeyBank Center. We'll have pregame starting at 6 here on WGR. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Hey, everybody. Happy Tuesday. It's Wednesday.
Right off the bat.
But it was just my body clock felt the number of hours since a Bills game ended, and just like it just happened.
But you have the day of the week clock.
I haven't looked at it.
The exact. Where else to put it?
I know. We've got to be like right here in front of my face.
We need to like project it onto the window glass in front of you here. Would that help?
Show the people on the stream. Like it does say.
It says Wednesday in all caps.
It says
right
Wednesday
at the top.
morning. You know, this actually has a setting where I can make it more colorful.
Do that?
Yeah, I might have to do that. Hold on. Let me see if I can make that happen.
It just changes the colors of what though? The letters or
no?
Like the whole thing?
There's one that's there. You go, red, white, and blue. Like,
that's
bam.
Yeah,
day of the week. All right,
get fine. Wednesday in bright red. There you go.
All right, I'll try that. Happy Wednesday.
It's Wednesday. Hump day, some have called it.
Do you still call it a hump day when it's only a 4-day week? Good question.
I feel like for a lot of people it was a 5-day week.
For us it was. I mean,
for us it was a 5-day week.
We worked on Monday, and maybe you out there worked on Monday. If you didn't work on Monday, then hump day becomes, well, there is
today and tomorrow.
Yeah, two
hump days.
A 2-day hump instead of a 0-day hump. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Hashtag 2-day hump. My new fantasy football team name is 2-day hump.
2-day hump.
Yeah. How's your 2-day hump going? Oh, it's going great. My team's awesome. All right, anyway, hi. Big show today for you. Lindy Ruff at 8 o'clock this morning. Joe Marino of the Locked On Bills podcast at 8:30. Howard picks the Bills at 9. And fun and hijinks along the way. Anything else on your schedule? Anything on your docket?
Sounds good to me.
Yeah, Lindy, Howard, Joe Marino. I watched
Sabres tonight.
Sabres tonight. Okay. I'm ready.
Hey, the other team's missing their best player. That's nice. I mean, it's not nice. I mean, you don't root for an injury, but it's good for their chances, I think. Zach Benson's going to play with what looks like a giant black eye.
Okay.
So, yeah, okay. The lineup looking a little better. Although now, I guess Kulik's going to be a healthy scratch. We'll maybe find out from Lindy a little bit later on. We'll see how that goes.
At the risk of the most boring topic of all time to start off on a Wednesday, would you be shocked to know that I took a screenshot yesterday of a stretch of 8 first-round picks from the Buffalo Sabres?
Wow.
For use of I don't know when.
Just to have it?
Yeah.
What was the time frame? 16 to 24?
No, 2019 to 2022. They had 8 first-round picks in 4 years.
Yeah.
And they came out with Dylan Cousins, Ryan Johnson, Jack Quinn, Owen Power, Isaac Rosen, Matthew Savoy, Noah Ostlund, and Yuri Kulik.
So
one guy plays for you.
Nothing yet.
It makes a difference. Quinn is your second most, one guy plays.
Yeah.
The reason I did that because I was thinking about the whole Savoy, Ostlund, Kulik. Like, 3 first-round picks.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's 8 first-round picks in a 4-year stretch.
Mm-hmm. That's all this GM.
Yes.
Yeah. Cool.
It's nuts.
One of those did become Ryan McLeod, I guess. You got to.
Oh, wow. One of those became Ryan McLeod.
That's one of the top 10 picks became him, by the way.
That's Clowder to you, buddy. You better call him Clowder.
Yeah, he's fine. He's a good player.
He's fine. Yeah. All right, whatever. So yesterday on the station, and reaction to the Bills and fallout and all this, I'll give you the thing that came to me as the most memorable. And let's get it fired up if you want. If you want to join us, 803-0550 is our phone number. Because we got to get right back to it. We had a lot of callers yesterday. Some people couldn't get through. We had a lot of guests on as well. You want to talk about the state of the Bills? This is the place to do it. So the most memorable tweet, reaction, anything I saw, I've got one firm answer for this, and it's not someone from the Bills. It's not someone locally. I kind of want to know a national perspective, one of these smart film guys that does stuff. We're going to have Joe Marino on at 8:30 and talk to him about his takeaways. You know, Dan Orlovsky was on One Bills Live, and Orlovsky tweeted, like, man, the way people are talking about the Bills, and he had the old, like, the emoji where the guy's hands on his face, like, relax, Buffalo, seemed to be the vibe from Orlovsky. Mm-hmm. That said, the one that jumps out at me the most was from Benjamin Solak. I actually sent this to you. Do you remember what it said?
It's, no, but you sent it to me, right?
All right. I did send it to you.
There were so many things that were said yesterday.
There's a lot said about the Bills yesterday. It happened right as our show ended. He sent this out about the Bills, and it just resonated with me. This was, so it was not the one about the...
yes, this one.
Not the one about the Blitz. It's the one where he's talking about watching the Bills on tape.
Yeah.
And he said that watching the tape on the Bills, they need to make a trade for a safety more than any team has ever needed to trade for anything ever.
Yeah. Buffalo should be pursuing a safety deadline trade more aggressively than any deadline buyer of any position of the last few seasons.
There you go.
That is jarring.
Yeah.
That is strong.
Yes. Buffalo needs to address a safety position, trade for a safety more than any team at any position in a few seasons. I saw that and thought, like, well, all right. That's not just, wow, things don't seem to be going right in the secondary. That's, oh, no, it's not going to get better.
Yeah.
And no one has needed to make a move at any position anywhere more than this team on that spot right there, and it's got to be Taylor Rapp.
Right, it's an emergency.
It's for Taylor Rapp.
Yeah.
Because you have a 5-alarm fire, I think, with Taylor Rapp. And maybe, I don't know if he followed up and said which one, but I think it's got to be Taylor Rapp.
I mean, he might mean both.
He might mean both.
Or maybe they're just together. It's so bad that, like, maybe if you stick somebody half good in Rapp's spot, that Bishop will give you better results. I mean, maybe that's the formula. I don't know.
Yeah, a lot of yesterday was about receiver, and I listened to the show with the Bulldog, and a lot about receiver and people shouting about the GM and what happened in April and all that. And I, of course, like, you know how I feel about that position, but I am with Benjamin Solak. I'm sitting here thinking, like, if they don't make a trade in the secondary, I don't know what to do. They have 2 weeks, basically, 3 weeks to get something done in that department, and they have to do it. I would have thought corner, and here's safety as maybe a higher priority. So it'll be an interesting little time here to see if they do some sort of reset or what they've got on their mind, but it feels like, I guess the question, Joe, is, does it feel different than previous, hey, they lost a couple of games? Because people have pointed out the Bills lose back-to-back games basically in every single year. It happens a lot. It's not that unusual. They usually win between 11 and 14 games, and somewhere along the way, usually they lose 2 in a row. And they've done it again.
I don't know that it feels... I bet this is about how it felt last year after they lost to the Texans. But it was all about one position.
There it was receiver.
So that might be the difference, that this is... I've got... there I just had one big fire. I had one big fire, and it was at wide receiver. Like, oh no, I got to do something there because that's a dire situation. I've got Matt Collins running 50-yard routes down the field to end the game, and like praying that that's my solution. So there was one fire to put out. This year, I've got one there, I've got one here, I've got one all the way over there. Like, I got a bunch popping up, and I feel like I can't put them all out at the same time. So that might be what makes it feel a little bit different. And you got to choose which one you got to put out. And Benjamin Solak, I guess, is saying that safety should be the one that happens with. And I get it. Rapp's been terrible. He's been one of the worst starters on the team. Maybe he's been the worst starter on the team. I think you can make a really serious argument that he has been. And Bishop's not some solid option either. I guess safety is the one position where you don't feel like any help is on the way, right? Like, you've got your guys in there. Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't go too far to defend where they were at pass catcher on Monday night, but you didn't have Kincaid or Palmer. I could at least give you that, right? Like, maybe you're the best two players you would want for that game, that type of defense on Monday were unavailable to you. Corner, again, like, not solid at all, but all right, Max Hairston on the way at some point. And that, no idea what that's going to look like, but I got a lottery ticket at corner that's coming. I don't have help on the way at safety. I don't have a lottery ticket at safety. I got nothing. They put DeMar Hamlin back in there. I got Jordan Poyer, the ancient remains of Jordan Poyer, come out there and do something. Like, I don't have anything at safety that's on the way. The help on the way would be you've got to go get it. And that probably makes safety different than the other positions that need something or had been letting them down. Even linebacker. Linebacker, again, is like Bernard isn't really looking all that good, and Milano's not healthy, but like I felt good about Shaq Thompson every time he's in the game.
Yep.
So that's something. I got nothing at safety. And a lot of their defense still predicated on what those safeties are doing because they were kind of built from that position out forever. And I don't really know are they building from the defensive line out and how they play? Wow. Are they playing is Trey White's job harder because they can't have safeties doing things that they used to do? Because this was a defense that you could plug anybody in at number 2 corner and you would get modest results because you had Poyer and Hyde back there that were going to, I think, help a lot. Now, what's the difference in Trey White's job as compared to when Levi Wallace was starting for the Bills years ago? It might be a lot harder for him because he doesn't have a safety blanket. He doesn't have a net over the top of him that's going to catch him if he falls. So, yeah, I'm with it. I'm with safety needing to be a position of need. But I'm still a receiver pretty close behind it. Like, those are the two that I would be focusing on right now the most. And if they can add 2, those would be the 2 to me. You got to get a safety. And I would like to see them get a receiver still.
Would it be nuts to say, where's Derek Forrest? Can I get him? Can I get him in the former Bill, future Bill draft? And he's with. I think he might be with the Colts right now. That's who they signed this offseason from Washington. Came in and just like didn't make it, but he's been with the team and he knows the system. I don't know what to do with this. Yeah, safety is one where I always thought like, they can get anybody, but they shine up some traits, right? That's what they can do. They can shine up traits from a Poyer and a Micah Hyde. Hyde was a good player. Poyer was like a special teams guy. They shined up into, an all-pro safety. And he's here. He gets it. We understand that. I don't know what to do with the defensive system. I don't know what to do with Babich and McDermott. But I do get the sense that, with this back-to-back loss routine, which this happens every year. All right. Why? Why does it happen every year? Does it have to happen every year? For anyone that says this happens every year and they're ultimately fine, is this the thing that costs them the 1 seed every time? Because back-to-back losses and they're fine. Well, it's fine. Fine's winning the division. Okay, it could still be fine. Every year they have these back-to-back losses. Do these back-to-back losses show us how they're going to ultimately get beat in the playoffs? Mm-hmm. Are they two good teams or bad teams? Are they just because there's injury? Is it, whatever it might be? And I'm thinking about this set of back-to-back losses versus the others and wanting to ask the question, does it feel different? Does it feel different this time? You probably see it out there, right? Everywhere you look, it's like, whatever. This happens every year. Happened last year, weeks 4 and 5. Happened the year, but is it different? I put up a Twitter poll on that. You can vote in. Yes, it's bad, or no, it's the same kind of blip. Like this, it's just what happens. I'm not going to panic. And I do think it's different. I think it's different for the reasons you laid out, which are there are more holes. It feels like there are more holes in this team than ever. because of the holes on defense. However, there are potential reinforcements coming. So I got holes to fill on my defense, and I've got at least 3 players I've never seen play in it that could help in Hoyt, Ogunjobi, and Hairston. And even with those 3, I think I have holes. I think I have a hole at middle linebacker. I think I have a hole at safety. I think I have a hole at second corner. But Hairston might fill that. It just, to me, it does feel a little different. I also have, maybe for the first time, a bit of an issue between the coach and the coordinator. McDermott saying, we address that, we're going to be better. You know, I wonder about that. I really do. I wonder what that conversation's like. We can be better than that. Here's McDermott, who does not call offensive plays, jumping in and letting us know he's spoken with Joe Brady about the 3rd and 1, handoff to Elijah Moore, like that's not going to be a good idea. You're not going to do that anymore. All right.
Right.
Does anybody...
Really, 3 weeks in a row, that play or some iteration of that play has let them down. I mean, it's the fumble this week to Moore that cost them on a 3rd and 1. Last week, it's obviously the Knox fumble to turnover. Yeah. And remember, the week before, they tried a little handoff to Khalil Shakir on a 4th down.
And didn't get it.
That got stopped. So 3 weeks in a row,
short yardage,
some version of that play, all to different players in short yardage when you need 1 yard or 2 yards. And it hasn't worked.
Everybody eats in short yardage.
I mean... That's tough.
Those are the appetizers.
Yeah.
That's when you got someone walking around with a dish of bacon-wrapped scallops. That's a 4th and 2.
I do. It's funny, though, that, like, the defense right now, like, this is why you just can't go off the point total. You can't just go off the results, which is why when Bean went after the receiver conversation with, well, we scored 30 points a game, it's just the most elementary way to ever do it. Because you could do that with the defense right now.
Yeah, and you could say,
you could take the same logic that was, what do we need a wide receiver for? We scored 30 points a game last year, and say the exact same thing about the defense right now. We haven't allowed more than 24 points since week 1. What do you mean we need a safety? What do you mean we need a corner and a better linebacker? We allowed 24 points against the Falcons, 23 against the Patriots, 19 against the Saints, 21 against the Dolphins. That should be good enough to win. But it's such an elementary way to do it.
Yep.
Their defense is definitely worse than those point totals, right?
I think so. I think their defense is in real trouble. And, Michael Hoyt.
Well, because the opponent's strength is part of that.
That's right.
Those performances, Atlanta and New England aren't nobodies. 23-24 maybe isn't that bad because they're fine. But it feels like some of these defensive performances they're putting out there against these teams, if they do that to Kansas City or to Tampa Bay, those are going to be 40 burgers.
Right. I was going to say, like, as Michael Hoyt, when he signed, did he ever think he was going to be something we cling to like a life jacket in the ocean in mid-October?
A guy with 3.5 sacks last year is like the savior.
Right.
It really is fun. I think he's a good player.
Me too. Like, I'm excited to see what he could do. Anyway, 803-0550. You've had a day to sleep on a second consecutive loss. This is a longer week, of course, right? We got the bye week. But does it feel different this time around that this slide, which happens every year, this one might be an indicator of a larger problem or a larger change needed? Russ Tucker had some thoughts on that on the afternoon show about the way they play defense, the system that they play. And I think we're kind of trending toward a larger conversation about how they play, and that could make for an interesting offseason, which we are of course not at. So we'll get some phone calls in 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. It's Wednesday. Happy Hump Day. Sabres play tonight. Lindy Ruff 8:00. Howard picks the Bills at 9. I feel like he's going to be ready to rock and spicy. Mike in Connecticut leads us off this morning. Mike, good morning. Happy Wednesday. Welcome in.
Good morning, guys. Hope you're doing well today.
Yeah, thanks, Mike.
So I went to call in yesterday, but I had to hang up as I was going into work. But just a couple things I wanted to talk about is it's kind of crazy that, you know, when we are in July and August, we see all these great reports on Keon Coleman in training camp, and we also hear all these great reports about Tre'Davious White. Is it just a coincidence that neither one of them are just that good and they are just looking good against each other, per se? And I guess the thing that I'm a big fan of the cap. Like, that's something that very interests me. And it blows my mind that we give, 11, 12 to Josh Palmer, 8 or so to Curtis Samuel, 14 to Dawson Knox, 4 or 5 to Elijah Moore. And it's like, you add that all up, and you're in the ballpark of, like, you're paying more than a CeeDee Lamb, or, you know, you're around that Justin Jefferson. And I totally get it. Like, you know, Bean wants to, you know, spread out his resources, but I don't know. To me, you can draft an Elijah Moore in the 5th round, and, you know, he could be a Marquez Stevenson, or he could be an Isaiah Hodgins. Like, I get it, those guys never had substantial roles for the Bills, but to me, like, what's the drop-off from an Elijah Moore to an Isaiah Hodgins or something like that? And, you know, we just lack that. We don't put fear into anyone. Josh Allen and James Cook puts fear into people, but on the outside, it's like people are just daring us. It's like we don't put any fear into any defenses. And really quick on the defensive side of the ball, you know, I do think the defense will improve. I think there's going to come a point where McDermott, whether he has more say or whatever it is, takes over roles. I know he said yesterday in his press conference that's not a thought, but I can't believe I'm saying this, but it's getting to the point. If nothing is done at the safety position, like, I would genuinely want to see DeMar Hamlin out on the field over Taylor Rapp.
Yeah.
Taylor Rapp has been so underwhelming, and I understand Bishop's a second-year player and he's still going through some growing pains, but, like, at least he's flashed a bit. And it's like, I would rather have those struggles with Bishop, who, you know, could be a good player for us in the long run, but Taylor Rapp just looks slow. He can't tackle, or I heard someone say yesterday, moving the linebacker. I don't know. Last year, it seemed like DeMar was at least sound. Like, he makes I don't want to say a game-saving tackle against Derrick Henry in the playoffs, but he does tackle Henry, and, you know, he's willing. And I guess I could say in all rows as a defensive player. So I'll hang up and hear your thoughts. I just hope you guys have a good day, and go Bills.
Thanks, Mike. Rapp has been that before. He'd been a huge hitter, right? A big thumper back there at safety. He's just not that anymore. And, you know, Hamlin's on IR for now, so at safety you got to wait even further. Right. No, right. In this game, they had in this most recent game, they had Jamarcus Ingram take over a series for Tre'Davious White on one series. I don't know if that's like starting to try to find if that's a better answer. You know, the point about receiver and how they spend their money, there's tons to get to when it comes to the offseason. There's big picture, there's small picture, and then there's, of course, like, what can they do about it now? You're in the season. You are whatever. You're 30,000 feet in the air. You got to have a plan. The plane's already taken off. You got to get to your destination. How are you going to get there? And if they don't make any move of significance, then I do feel like it'll be a year more than most where eyes go to the GM over the coach, and we have not had many of those, right?
Right.
I kind of asked you the question, it was a rhetorical question months ago. Why is it that McDermott gets this, he hasn't won? How come it's only McDermott that seems to be in the crosshairs? And maybe that's because of game day decisions in 13 seconds. But if they don't do something defensively to get some better players, then I feel like it's going to be the first time the GM hears about it a lot. I don't think the GM has been in the crosshairs much at all. And my read of yesterday, online, listening to the station, is that he is much more of a target than before. Whatever reason that is, you know, if that's receiver, if that's defense, if that's going all in on defense and still being bad. I know people put that on McDermott, but they're rebuilding a defense that was their own and still has a lot of work to do. The good news is Deion Walker looks great. Past that, you know, right now, they're searching for answers. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. A little all over the place with the answer there for you, so apologies for that, Mike. Give us a ring. 803-0550. We can, dive back into this game, into this season, which is not lost. It's definitely not a lost season, but I think there's work to be done to try and figure out how far they should go to try to save what it is, which is a Super Bowl window season. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Is this blip different? I say yes. I think it is. I think there are bigger red flags this time.
Also, I saw a list this morning, PFF's top 20 trade candidates ahead of the deadline. And so not all of them are defensive players. It's offensive and defensive. The Bills are listed as a fit. They're only listing three or four teams for each player. A fit for 7 players.
Oof. That's a point about how much they need. Huh?
They're all on the defensive side of the ball. I mean, they only have like 9 defensive players on this list in general, and the Bills are listed for like all of them.
Yeah. All right. 803-0550. Is it different this time? Or is it, this happens. It's October. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. Jeremy White here for Fan. The one that jumps out at me the most was from Benjamin Solak. I actually sent this to you. Do you remember what it said?
It's no, but you sent it to me, right?
All right. I did send it to you.
What was it? There were so many things that were said yesterday.
There's a lot said about the Bills yesterday. It happened right as our show ended. He sent this out about the Bills, and it just resonated with me. This was so it was not the one about the
yes, this one.
Not the one about the Blitz. It's the one where he's talking about watching the Bills on tape.
Yeah.
And he said that watching the tape on the Bills, they need to make a trade for a safety more than any team has ever needed to trade for anything ever.
Yeah. Buffalo should be pursuing a safety deadline trade more aggressively than any deadline buyer of any position of the last few seasons.
There you go.
That is jarring.
Yeah.
That is strong.
Yes. Buffalo needs to address a safety position, trade for a safety more than any team at any position in a few seasons. I saw that and thought, like, well, all right. That's not just, wow, things don't seem to be going right in the secondary. That's, oh, no, it's not going to get better.
Yeah.
And no one has needed to make a move at any position anywhere more than this team on that spot right there, and it's got to be Taylor Rapp.
Right, it's an emergency.
It's for Taylor Rapp.
Yeah.
Because you have a 5-alarm fire, I think, with Taylor Rapp. And maybe, I don't know if he followed up and said which one, but I think it's got to be Taylor Rapp.
I mean, he might mean both.
He might mean both.
Or maybe they're just together. It's so bad that like maybe if you stick somebody half good in Rapp's spot, that Bishop will give you better results. I mean, maybe that's the formula. I don't know.
Yeah, a lot of yesterday was about receiver, and I listened to the show with the Bulldog, and a lot about receiver and people shouting about the GM and what happened in April and all that. And I, of course, like, how I feel about that position, but I am with Benjamin Solak. I'm sitting here thinking, like, if they don't make a trade in the secondary, I don't know what to do. They have 2 weeks, basically, 3 weeks to get something done in that department, and they have to do it. I would have thought corner, and here's safety as maybe a higher priority. The point about receiver and how they spend their money, there's tons to get to when it comes to the offseason. There's big picture, there's small picture, and then there's, of course, like, what can they do about it now? You're in the season, you are you're 30,000 feet in the air, you got to have a plan. The plane's already taken off. You got to get to your destination. How are you going to get there? And if they don't make any move of significance, then I do feel like it'll be a year more than most where eyes go to the GM over the coach. And we have not had many of those, right?
Right.
I kind of asked you the question, it was a rhetorical question months ago. Why is it that McDermott gets this, he hasn't won? How come it's only McDermott that seems to be in the crosshairs? And maybe that's because of game day decisions in 13 seconds. But if they don't do something defensively to get some better players, then I feel like it's going to be the first time the GM hears about it a lot. I don't think the GM has been in the crosshairs much at all. And my read of yesterday, online, listening to the station, is that he is much more of a target than before. Whatever reason that is, if that's receiver, if that's defense, if that's going all in on defense and still being bad. I know people put that on McDermott, but they're rebuilding a defense that was their own and still has a lot of work to do. The good news is Deion Walker looks great. Past that, right now, they're searching for answers.
Bills updating some injuries going into the bye week. They're off, of course, next Sunday. Daquan Jones and Josh Palmer. Jones, who was injured in warm-ups on Monday, Palmer was injured in the game, are both considered week to week. Jones hurting his calf before the game, Palmer injuring his ankle. Meanwhile, Dalton Kincaid, Terrell Bernard, Curtis Samuel, and Matt Milano are all considered day-to-day for the Bills heading into the bye. The Barnes Firm Injury Report brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help, call 1-800-8-million. By the way, McDermott also said there is a chance that Maxwell Hairston could have his 21-day practice window opened next week when the team returns from their bye. Sabres in action later tonight, 7 o'clock, puck drop against the Ottawa Senators. We'll have Lindy Ruff on at 8. Brady Tkachuk out for Ottawa. He's going to miss 4 weeks with an injury. And last night in baseball, Dodgers win 5-1 over the Brewers, taking a 2-0 series lead in the NLCS. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
One thing about Josh Allen in this game against the Falcons, he did pass up available targets. I mean, saw some All-22 reviews, watched Joe Marino's. We'll talk to him at 8:30. You know, if you hear the Bills receivers don't get open, that doesn't mean on literally not a single play is a receiver open. It might just mean like, you know, over time, they're not as good at getting open as some other teams might be. But there are plays in this game where Allen has open receivers and just does not pull the trigger, does not throw the ball, or predetermines to run and scramble, or makes a bad throw to Ty Johnson. It was not Allen's finest hour, and you know he usually plays well so regularly. When there's a game where Allen doesn't play his best, we just kind of chalk it. It was like, all right, well, that'll happen. Can somebody else help him? Can somebody bail him out? But right now, I think that is a part of what's happening in this offense, Joe, is that the quarterback is either not seeing it, not trusting it. You know, that's in there. Also found this from Anthony Prohaska at Cover One. One big difference in this offense this year and last year is how successful they've been throwing to running backs. Mm-hmm. Last year, the Bills finished first in the NFL in EPA per target to running backs. Mm-hmm. When they would throw to James Cook, Ty Johnson, Ray Davis. Number one in the NFL, what they got throwing to the backs. Right now, they are 26th in the NFL. They are not throwing it to their backs the way that they used to. And success rate, that is the same thing. Success rate, last year, throwing to backs, they were third in the NFL. And that's what success rate, it's like you get a good number of yards on first, second, or third down. You know, we can go through the numbers if you want. So anyway, last year's success rate on throwing to backs, third. This year, 31st. They're not getting the job done throwing to the backs. That is a big part of what this offense has been missing.
I wonder if teams are doing that because I saw just a couple of plays where like James Cook was trying like wheel routes out of the backfield and there was a guy just ready for him. Like, oh, this guy's coming out of the backfield. Like they're not leaving. I wonder if they're not leaving running backs open like they were last year.
Like the scheme is not getting them to favorable spots.
I wonder that about everything with them right now. And that could be this. That could be you throwing the ball out of the backfield. That could be screen plays. That could be whatever. Like, is Joe Brady just going to keep going into the same stuff and defenses know now what's coming and they have a better idea of how to defend it? Mm-hmm. Like how do you defend the Bills? You're a defensive coordinator. You've watched the Bills all through the last 2.5 years. How would you defend them? Wouldn't you do this? I'm going to pile guys into the box. I'm not going to let them run. I'm going to cover the running backs out of the backfield, and I'm only going to leave 5 guys in coverage. But I think I could cover their receivers with only 5 guys in coverage. And now that I have a number advantage around the line of scrimmage, I feel like I can actually stifle this offense. It's pretty much what Atlanta did, isn't it? Like, they left 5 guys in coverage a lot and didn't have any problem covering the Bills. So that might be the blueprint. And how do you counter that? I think you counter that by doing what they did in the first play, which is we're going to play action pass and we're going to throw it over your heads. And they got one of those, and then the guy went out.
803-0550, our phone number, and 1-888-550-2550. Get some more calls in. Matt in the car. Hey, Matt. Good morning.
Hey, guys. Good morning. I called you guys after week 1. Everybody eats mantra. Keon Coleman, I remember Jeremy you saying was going to be projected for, 1,900 yards?
Yes.
My problem
1,900.
My problem is now that you play tight coverage on these guys, and these guys can't get open, which is what happened over the last 2 weeks. As far as McDermott and the defense goes, it's like, you want to know, I'm glad McDermott said last week, I have confidence in every single player that we put on the field. Well, that's great. Like, I'm glad that you have confidence in them. However, like, the production on defense has been terrible. Your safeties on that 81-yard run by Bijan looked terrible. Both of them missed tackles. It wasn't just one or the other. Bishop should have been able to get him out of bounds, and then Rapp just, just hung off him and totally missed him. I'm, really frustrated with McDermott. I'm really frustrated with the process of we're going to look at tape. We're going to get to our standard. We're going to get to the level we know we can do. Yeah, you've been saying that for 8 years. I want the deep playoff run, and I don't know that we're going to get it.
Well, to be fair, though, this is not meeting the standard that they normally set for themselves, especially on defense, right? Like, their defense has never been as bad as it's been for the last
2 years.
2 years.
It's last year and
That's
the start
new.
And the start of this year, and I guess the difference is last year to this year, they addressed it in the offseason. We've yet to see what they did with it actually bear fruit.
And have they ever had their offense and defense struggling at the exact same time?
Doesn't happen much. The offense doesn't struggle that much.
Right.
It was like a 6-game sample with Dorsey. It looked tough, and he got fired.
Yeah, and the defense for years didn't struggle very often either. But again, like the last 2 seasons, that's been the case. So maybe that's why this feels different. You got questions on both sides of the ball, and I think that's new. I think most times it's about one side of the ball more than it is the other. Like last year when they lose to Houston, what are they like on defense in that game? Are they fine? Are they even good in that game?
Bishop got hit over the top. Other than that, they were fine. I mean, yeah, I thought they're generally fine in that game. C.J. Stroud had one big throw. Outside of that, not much.
Yeah, so and it took a 59-yard field goal at the very end to beat them. It's not like they had the lead and the Bills clawed back to make it a game. It was close throughout the entirety of the game. So I don't know. I think that could be a part of it. And on Coleman, it couldn't be going worse for Coleman, right? It could not be going worse. Davis Maddock had the tweet yesterday that he had, in the fourth quarter of the Ravens game, 7 for 95 and a touchdown. And in the other 23 quarters, he has 17 for 142 and a touchdown.
Right.
And he's late. Maybe not late, but he's getting missing a drive again because of punishment. I don't feel like it could be going any worse.
I also like to point out that, listen, whatever, some luck is needed sometimes, but if a ball does not get deflected to him in the end zone,
it's not 7 for 95 and a touchdown.
No, that's right. It's probably, actually, we could probably go back and do the numbers. It might be 60 yards less and a touchdown less. So,
right.
I don't know what to do with Coleman. And he seems to be like a little bit of a lightning rod right now because, so much conversation about receiver. And they went and they got one. They spent a pretty good asset, the first pick of the second round on Coleman. And I don't know what to do about it or do with it. It's going as expected. He will continue to probably give you a couple highlight reel catches, and he'll continue to...
When's the last time that happened? Highlight reel catch. He does it in practice.
He does a lot in practice.
He does it against the trainers.
That's right. There's a lot of quality control assistants that get mossed.
Yeah, he kind of mossed a guy at the back of the end zone against the Jets last year in a meaningless game where the ball wasn't even intended for him.
That's right. He does have a couple touchdowns that are not intended for him.
The Seattle catch.
Yep.
Last year.
Tariq Woolen.
Did one? How many games has he played? 25?
Well, they are forcing him the ball. They are forcing him the ball. They're throwing him the ball on spots when he's not open. And listen, if he doesn't get targets, that's bad. That's the Gabe Davis.
Yeah.
At the end of Gabe Davis's time with the Bills, he'd come out of a game with 0 targets. We'd say wow, that's rough. It almost looks worse when you're forcing him the ball when he's not open because then we get to see why you're not throwing it to him. And there's a third down in this game where they force the ball to Coleman, and he's never open, and they punt. Like 3rd and 5 or whatever it was, where it looked like maybe he got held and grabbed a little bit, but Coleman's got to fight for 4 yards, and he's never going to get open on that route. That ball should never go there. And that's where you're kind of setting up the player you're not setting him up for success. Hey, go win this route. That's not a kind of route I should try to win. And not that he's going to back down from it, but
that's where
that's where the scouting report comes in. We all know that he's not supposed to win that. Why is it in the offense for him?
But he also isn't winning. If the scouting report was that he's going to be making these highlight reel contested catches all the time above the rim, that is not happening. And that's not even really shouldn't be that stunning. It's not a high percentage play. It never was. You could be one of the best in the league at it. There's like four guys in the league that I feel like are above 50% on that. There's not many. I mean, if you look at Coleman right now, he's not good in that category. He's not good at getting open. Like, what is he good at? There is an answer. I think he's great at yards after the catch.
Right.
Problem is, I've got 7 other guys that are already doing that for me. So, like, I think he's a square peg in a round hole. I think they drafted him because he's big and he can block. And you could have got that from your $2 million Matt Collinses of the world.
Right.
And now I'm stuck without a separator. And the guy I signed for $10 million leaves the game. And I'd love to have my second-round pick, who was really like a first-round pick, step up, and he's just completely invisible. Why? Because he's not that type of player.
Gina in Delaware. Hey, Gina, good morning.
Good morning, guys. I don't know. Thank you for letting me call. I think what I'll say to you is yesterday nobody would talk to me because they knew better. And when I did say something, I said exactly what you guys posed when I heard the radio go on this morning, because I literally wake up to you guys. We got a problem. That wasn't a loss, guys. That's called a problem. And this problem is only going to get bigger. Also, what I'm going to tell you is I don't know enough about enough. I know just enough to be dangerous because I'm an OG watching this football through my eyes. That backfield, that Taylor Rapp, that backfield, he gets out-muscled every freaking week. And you're right. There are no reinforcements. And you're right. Usually when the defense is bad, the offense rescues us. When the offense is bad, the defense rescues us. And you guys know I'm a social worker. That's what you guys are doing. You're listening to us. You're coaching us. You're helping us. You're right. We all need each other these next 2 weeks because this is going to be the freaking longest bye. I looked at McDermott's eyes. I looked at Josh Allen's eyes. I know you guys are going to think I'm crazy, but their eyes weren't there. Their eyes weren't in it. And McDermott's glasses, take them damn glasses off. What were those glasses? Oh, my God, guys. Like, I'm really nervous. I'm nervous. Well, I'm scared. And you know what? We talk about the first 4 games. It was like a high that was not real because we were playing teams, guys, that really, I was trying to tell you guys, we play the team in front of us. We don't look to the future because right now our future was looking a little bleak. So I'm just going to sprinkle the holy water on the TV the next game we play and just hope for the best. But, guys, I'm a little worried. Go Bills, but I'm worried.
Thanks, Gina. You know, you talk about, like, looking in their eyes and the looks of them. Allen had some looks in this game that he doesn't normally have. I thought it was a good point the afternoon show brought up, that when he looks for Elijah Moore on a 3rd and 10, it's a big play in the game. They throw a 3rd and 10, and Allen has no options. He throws it out to Elijah Moore, who's not there.
No, he ran deep.
Yeah. And then Allen double chin strap, like a little
rips it off.
A little demonstrative.
Yeah.
Allen doesn't show up receivers like that, doesn't really generally show that frustration. It got me thinking about when he threw the pick, not the one to end the game, but the one where he's looking for Shakir. He throws that pick, and the camera is right on his face, and he turns and he looks at the sideline, and I wonder, like, who's that look for? Who's that look at? Is it just like a looking off in the distance, mad at yourself for making a mistake? All of a sudden, the team that didn't turn the ball over at all last year is turning it over. And his numbers are down. Their success is down. EPA in the passing game, like, it's just, there's a lot. It's kind of back to where it was when we got into the Dorsey trouble spot. Like, man, it looks hard for them.
Mm-hmm.
Why does it look hard for them? And it feels like we're kind of there again. The question is, will they pull themselves out of it? 803-0550, 1-888-552-550. Don't miss Joe Marino today at 8:30 about Taylor Rapp. Watching his All-22 review, it's funny. You know, Joe used to work for the the Draft Network, a lot of scouting in his career. And watching him do an All-22 review, it's almost like, Joe, you know how you can hear football people say certain terms, you're like, ooh, that's bad news. That means it's bad. And when he's in his All-22, he's like, I don't know about this number 9, guys. I don't know about this guy. And I think, like, that's the harshest thing you can say.
Yeah.
When you say, I don't know about this number 9. There's baked into that from Joe, and we'll talk to him at 8:30, there's a lot of, like, we got a situation. Like, this is not okay. 803-0550. Should they have known that was coming? That Taylor Rapp was going to be this disappointing on the back end? They easily could have known.
Yeah.
Anyway, we'll get more of your calls in. And if you want to talk about Coleman, you want to talk about trades, what could happen? Bernard, position switch, something we'll probably talk about as well. And Shaq Thompson getting that job instead. Is it different, or is it a little bit of the usual yearly overreaction blip? We'll continue rolling your phone calls here on WGR. You know, the point about receiver and how they spend their money, there's tons to get to when it comes to the offseason. There's big picture, there's small picture, and then there's, of course, like, what can they do about it now? You're in
Jeremy
the season.
here to tell you about AAA.
Of course, whatever. You're 30,000 feet in the air. You got to have a plan. The plane's already taken off. You got to get to your destination. How are you going to get there? And if they don't make any move of significance, then I do feel like it'll be a year more than most where eyes go to the GM over the coach. And we have not had many of those, right?
Right.
I kind of asked you the question, it was a rhetorical question months ago. Why is it that McDermott gets this he hasn't won? How come it's only McDermott that seems to be in the crosshairs? And maybe that's because of game day decisions in 13 seconds. But if they don't do something defensively to get some better players, then I feel like it's going to be the first time the GM hears about it a lot. I don't think the GM has been in the crosshairs much at all. And my read of yesterday, online, listening to the station, is that he is much more of a target than before. Whatever reason that is, you know, if that's receiver, if that's defense, if that's going all in on defense and still being bad. I know people put that on McDermott, but they're rebuilding a defense that was their own and still has a lot of work to do. The good news is Deion Walker looks great. Past that, you know, right now, they're searching for answers. One that jumps out at me the most was from Benjamin Solak. I actually sent this to you. Do you remember what it said?
It's no, but you sent it to me, right?
All right. I did send it to you.
There were so many things that were said
there's a lot said about the Bills yesterday. It happened right as our show ended. He sent this out about the Bills, and it just resonated with me. This was so it was not the one about the
yes, this one.
Not the one about the Blitz. It's the one where he's talking about watching the Bills on tape.
Yeah.
And he said that watching the tape on the Bills, they need to make a trade for a safety more than any team has ever needed to trade for anything ever.
Yeah. Buffalo should be pursuing a safety deadline trade more aggressively than any deadline buyer of any position of the last few seasons.
There you go.
That is jarring.
Yeah.
That is strong.
Yes. Buffalo needs to address a safety position, trade for a safety more than any team at any position in a few seasons. I saw that and thought, like, well, all right. That's not just, wow, things don't seem to be going right in the secondary. That's, oh, no, it's not going to get better.
Yeah.
And no one has needed to make a move at any position anywhere more than this team on that spot right there, and it's got to be Taylor Rapp.
Right, it's an emergency.
It's for Taylor Rapp.
Yeah,
because you have a 5-alarm fire, I think, with Taylor Rapp. And maybe, I don't know if he followed up and said which one, but I think it's got to be Taylor Rapp.
I mean, he might mean both.
He might mean both.
Or maybe they're just together. It's so bad that like maybe if you stick somebody half good in Rapp's spot, that Bishop will give you better results. I mean, maybe that's the formula. I don't know.
Yeah, a lot of yesterday was about receiver, and I listened to the show with the Bulldog, and a lot about receiver and people shouting about the GM and what happened in April and all that. And I, of course, like, how I feel about that position, but I am with Benjamin Solak. I'm sitting here thinking, like, if they don't make a trade in the secondary, I don't know what to do. They have 2 weeks, basically, 3 weeks to get something done in that department, and they have to do it. I would have thought corner, and here's safety as maybe a higher priority. That'll feature 81 years of quarterback. Rodgers, 41. Flacco, 40.
Wow.
And there are reports the Steelers are maybe thinking about trading for a wide receiver. Could that be A.J. Brown? Could that be something else?
I saw Jawan Jennings attached to them a little bit. Jacoby Myers also is another one. Those are two receivers that actually have requested trades in the league. They're not like superstars, but they're both pretty good.
Paul in Akron before the break. Hey, Paul, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I think Gina was right about those glasses. That's not a McDermott look. It's more of a McDaniels look. He needs to take them off. But I wanted to say is Dean said that, our offense puts up 30 points a game. Well, we didn't, and we've seen the result. We do need somebody down the field, like the first play of the game that Joe was saying. But I also want to say we need something more, defense too, yes. But what about the scheme to open up guys? Or how about different play calling when the blitz is coming? Josh was like a deer in the headlight look sometimes on those third and longs. Like Sal Capaccio said, they blitz over 70% of the time. It was 70-something. I can't remember the exact.
Second half, I think it was 71% of the dropbacks. There were blitzes, yeah.
Yeah. Well, how do you beat that? It's called a screenplay, guys. Now, you guys probably have the numbers there. I don't. But I don't really recall the screenplay. I mean, welcome that blitz.
Yeah.
Welcome the blitz. Have somebody, step 4 or 5 yards down and just dump it right over them. Because Josh was twisting and turning and doing all kinds of stuff to get away. And believe me, they had his number. He wasn't getting away. Because I welcomed the blitz on Monday morning when I heard that. I was like, oh, yeah, bring it. Josh will beat you if you blitz him like that. And we never did. I just thought the screenplay should have been used more in that game. I don't know what you guys think, but have a good morning.
Thanks, Paul. Thinking back to the game, there are a couple blitzes where it's the design that's a problem. That 3rd and 10 I mentioned where they throw to Elijah, where Allen throws to Elijah Moore, who goes deeper. Like Allen's looking for help there. He's got 3 guys running up the field and really no option with quick pressure. Mm-hmm. Then there are a couple times where he did have options. Shakir reads that there's a blitz and kind of runs off into the flat, is looking for the football, and Allen doesn't throw it there. This offense, when it's humming, it's got 10 different versions of dink, dunk, the pass here, there, guys on the run, whether that's Shakir or if it's Coleman who's been good after the catch. And all of a sudden, like, that stuff is gone. Whether it's the running backs, Ray Davis, James Cook, Ty Johnson out of the backfield. Cook in the passing game in the slot.
Mm-hmm.
What happened to that? You have James Cook's alignment. I'll put Joe on this.
James Cook's alignment.
How often he's aligned as a receiver in the slot last year versus this year? Maybe do the same for Ty Johnson, too. I don't know. It usually tends to be the kind of thing that makes me mad. When I get to a game...
when the running back is split out wide?
Nothing sets me off more than when I'm at a Bills game and I see one side of the field out in a receiver formation is like a tight end and a running back.
Or you got like Gilliam out there.
I get upset about that.
Yeah.
Even though it can work, I just get upset. Like, you could just have other guys do that. In the interest of being so multiple sometimes. How come that's not ever considered cute? It's only a handoff to your running back. It's only a handoff to a receiver that's cute. Never put a tight end way out wide and throw to him. That's not cute?
I mean, Cook, by the way, 6 snaps at slot, 2 at wide receiver this year.
Okay, what was he last year?
17 for slot, 14 for out wide.
Okay, so
not much.
So 31 on the year last year, and he's at 6 this year?
Yeah, but I mean, it was 500 in the backfield last year, so he doesn't really do it all that often. Maybe there's an argument that he should. Hey,
especially when
he's a fast running back. He was a receiver in college, like he was receiving back in college. Nobody's getting open. Try this.
Right, Josh Palmer is hurt.
I thought about it.
Yeah.
Last year for Ty Johnson, 296 in the backfield, 69 in the slot, and 32 out wide. That's a much higher percentage for Ty Johnson being out there.
It's like 100 snaps as a receiver.
Yeah. And this year he's 79 backfield, 19 slot, 12 wide. I mean, they're really it's pretty close, I think, by percentage.
Okay. He's lining up out there. He's not getting the ball.
No,
or they're not succeeding.
Does he have one catch on the season? Does he even have a catch? Ty Johnson, he's got to have a catch, doesn't he?
He has to have a catch. Not much, though.
I don't remember it.
803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Sabres game night.
He has 2 catches on 7 targets.
Sabres game night. The Sabres will play the Ottawa Senators at KeyBank Center tonight. We'll talk with Lindy Ruff at 8 o'clock. Howard picks the Bills at 9. Next hour is all yours, wide open. Love to hear from you. 803-0550. Have one person lined up. If you were trying to get in and get a spot, we've got a spot for you. 803-0550. Is it different than years past? This blip, is it different than those? Give us a call. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. The one that jumps out at me the most was from Benjamin Solak. I actually sent this to you. Do you remember what it said?
It's no, but you sent it to me, right?
All right. I did send it to you.
There were so many things that were said yesterday.
There's a lot said about the Bills yesterday. It happened right as our show ended. He sent this out about the Bills, and it just resonated with me. This was so it was not the one about the
yes, this one.
Not the one about the Blitz. It's the one where he's talking about watching the Bills on tape.
Yeah.
And he said that watching the tape on the Bills, they need to make a trade for a safety more than any team has ever needed to trade for anything ever.
Yeah. Buffalo should be pursuing a safety deadline trade more aggressively than any deadline buyer of any position of the last few seasons.
There you go.
That is jarring.
Yeah.
That is strong.
Yes. Buffalo needs to address a safety position, trade for a safety more than any team at any position in a few seasons. I saw that and thought, like, well, all right. That's not just, wow, things don't seem to be going right in the secondary. That's, oh, no, it's not going to get better.
Yeah.
And no one has needed to make a move at any position anywhere more than this team on that spot right there, and it's got to be Taylor Rapp.
Right, it's an emergency.
It's for Taylor Rapp.
Yeah.
Because you have a 5-alarm fire, I think, with Taylor Rapp. And maybe, I don't know if he followed up and said which one, but I think it's got to be Taylor Rapp.
I mean, he might mean both.
He might mean both.
Or maybe they're just together. It's so bad that, like, maybe if you stick somebody half good in Rapp's spot, that Bishop will give you better results. I mean, maybe that's the formula. I don't know.
Yeah, a lot of yesterday was about receiver, and I listened to the show with the Bulldog, and a lot about receiver and people shouting about the GM and what happened in April and all that. And I of course, like, you know how I feel about that position, but I am with Benjamin Solak. I'm sitting here thinking, like, if they don't make a trade in the secondary, I don't know what to do. They have 2 weeks, basically, 3 weeks to get something done in that department, and they have to do it. I would have thought corner, and here's safety as maybe a higher priority. The point about receiver and how they spend their money, there's tons to get to when it comes to the offseason. There's big picture, there's small picture, and then there's, of course, like, what can they do about it now? You're in the season, you are you're 30,000 feet in the air, you got to have a plan. The plane's already taken off. You got to get to your destination. How are you going to get there? And if they don't make any move of significance, then I do feel like it'll be a year more than most where eyes go to the GM over the coach. And we have not had many of those, right?
Right.
I kind of asked you the question, it was a rhetorical question months ago. Why is it that McDermott gets this he hasn't won? How come it's only McDermott that seems to be in the crosshairs? And maybe that's because of game day decisions in 13 seconds. But if they don't do something defensively to get some better players, then I feel like it's going to be the first time the GM hears about it a lot. I don't think the GM has been in the crosshairs much at all. And my read of yesterday, online, listening to the station, is that he is much more of a target than before. Whatever reason that is, if that's receiver, if that's defense, if that's going all in on defense and still being bad. I know people put that on McDermott, but they're rebuilding a defense that was their own and still has a lot of work to do. The good news is Deion Walker looks great. Past that, right now, they're searching for answers.
Bills heading into their bye week with some injuries. Sean McDermott with an update yesterday. Daquan Jones and Josh Palmer, who were both injured on Monday. Jones with a calf injury, Palmer with an ankle injury, both considered week to week. Meanwhile, Dalton Kincaid, Terrell Bernard, Curtis Samuel, and Matt Milano are all considered day to day. McDermott said there's a chance that Max Hairston could have his 21-day practice window open next week when the team returns from their bye. Michael Hoyt, Larry Ogunjobi, they've served their 6-game suspensions. They are both eligible to play in next week's game. The Bills releasing Jimmy Charlo and Jalen Kimber from the practice squad in order to make some room for the guys coming onto the roster. That's the Barnes Firm Injury Report, brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help? Call 1-800-8-MILLION. Sabres in action tonight, 7 o'clock against the Ottawa Senators. No Brady Tkachuk for Ottawa. He's out for the next 4 weeks at least. And in baseball last night, the Dodgers win 5-1 over the Brewers, now a 2-0 series lead for LA in the NLCS. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
You're looking at a Josh Allen right now, and all of a sudden he's turned the football over. He threw a couple of interceptions. You're looking at him, and this is the kind of stuff that was happening years ago. Remember, we were applauding him last year because of how much he protected the football.
Yeah.
Now it seems like there's a regression that's taking place, and it could be because of what you just said. He's bereft of weapons. He's trying to play hero ball again because he knows if he doesn't do something, they ain't gonna win. So you don't have a defense that's gonna help you.
Nope.
You don't have enough weapons. I'm talking about individuals that are game changers, right? On the offensive side of the ball, outside of him. So now you're looking at it, and all of a sudden it prompts the question: are the Buffalo Bills what we thought they were? Because right now I'm looking at them last night, and I'm looking at some of the questions that you just brought up about their defense. All right. Yeah. I'm looking at the New England Patriots, the way Drake May and them play. I'm like, this. They got a shot to win this division.
Oh yeah,
it's becoming very interesting now.
Stephen A. Smith, you know it's take time when it goes all the way up to the top. Mm-hmm. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. Happy Wednesday. Sabres game tonight. Sabres and Ottawa Senators at KeyBank Center. We'll talk to Lindy Ruff in an hour. Howard picks the Bills at 9 o'clock. We're talking about, 2-game losing streak, back-to-back losses. It's it's funny. When you win a game, what do? You go back and watch the highlights and check it out and look at this sweet play. Look at this all-22. Look at this scheme. When you lose, what is it?
Oh, look at this guy.
Well, it's not just that. It's give me every statistic that shows me how disastrous this is. Joe's got one on pressure to sack percentage when blitzed.
Yep.
Which is, I think, jumps out at you. We'll get to that one. We'll get to, plenty more. It's a great day to trade for a safety, too. I don't know who the candidates are, but it's a great day to do that.
Well, if you want some names to start thinking about.
I do.
I mentioned earlier that PFF had a article yesterday, 20 trade candidates ahead of the deadline, and the Bills were listed on almost every defensive player, and a couple of them
It seems to be an indicator of something.
Yeah, like they were listed for corners, they were listed for linebackers.
I don't think they need a defensive end. Is that
they were not listed for defensive end because Trey Hendrickson was the first name on the list, and the Bills were not one of the teams.
I don't think they need a defensive end. They might need a tackle just because of the injury to Daquan Jones.
Yeah, I didn't see a tackle. They were listed for Demario Davis, linebacker for the Saints. Actually, I think we had a caller the other day ask about him. The Bills were listed for, they weren't listed for Calais Campbell. That would be your interior guy.
It's too bad because he's good.
They were for Tariq Woolen, corner from the Seahawks. They were for Rasul Douglas, corner for the Dolphins. They were listed for Jordan Brooks, linebacker from Miami. Also for Alante Taylor, a corner from the Saints. I guess there was only one safety on this list, and the Bills were on fits for Pro Football Focus, which was Geno Stone, safety for the Cincinnati Bengals, who had just signed a 2-year, $14 million deal. But his cap is low, so you can get him in right now.
Right.
But he would be under contract, I think, next year also.
803-0550. We'll get some calls in. 1-888-550-2550. The Bills lose to the Falcons, 2 straight losses, and it's not unusual this time of year. Is it different? Get you my Twitter poll. You can vote in, and then Joe's stat, and then your phone calls. So you're probably seeing, what are you worried about? This happens every year, and they end up being just fine. Is it different? Does it feel different? Nearly 70% saying yes, it's bad. 30% saying no, it's the same kind of blip. Previous years, you would have thought, that's a goofy loss, right? This is a bad loss, a goofy loss. These last two, they lost. I mean, they got outplayed, and their offense didn't score, which is, if they lost a pair of games 35-32, we'd say, the defense is bad. All right.
Yeah.
Now you're losing games that are lower scoring.
Yeah, right.
And that is not something that's happened all that often. So we'll talk about it with you. The stat that Joe has, whether this is a book out on how to beat the Bills or whatever, pressure to sack percentage when blitzed.
Yeah.
Allen was blitzed against Atlanta more than any time in about 4 years.
Yeah.
They blitzed the hell out of Allen. And they dared the Bills to beat them on the outside, beat them down the field, and the Bills had nobody that could do it. So is that the kind of thing where the book is out? Maybe, maybe not. Allen usually gets away from that stuff, and that's the number you've got.
Yeah, he has been expert at that this season. It's double what it has been in most of his years. So how often he's taking a sack when he's pressured, when he's being blitzed, which is going to be a lot, right? You're going to be pressured, I think, a lot of times when you're blitzed. And this year he's taking a sack 22.6% of the time in those situations. Last year it was 10.
So
year before that it was 9.
If you blitz him this year, you're twice as likely to get home.
Yeah.
For a sack, not just like a knockdown or a hit. That's get him on the ground.
Right. And in some of these years he's triple the rate at which he normally is. So, yeah, you're getting him. You're getting him on the ground. He's not getting the ball off. And you're stuck in a 2nd and long. And I mean, if I were a defense and I were seeing those stats and I were seeing that film, I think I would want to try this. I would want to come after him. And it wouldn't be even about Allen. It's just like it's a dare to the Bills' weapons to get open and get open quick.
It's a dare to the weapons.
Or it's a dare to go ahead, take your. Because what's Allen going to start doing if nobody's open? He's going to throw those back shoulder plays to Keon Coleman. And if I'm a defense, give me those every play of the game if you want.
I was going to say it's also a dare to the coordinator to have an answer.
Right, that's true.
Have an answer. And how much should I...
Well, that might be why they run so many screens, isn't it? Like
to try and alleviate that pressure?
Yeah, if you blitz and you got a nice screen called in time for that, I mean, that could be a huge play.
Right.
In
Doesn't
your
have to be even timed perfectly. You're kind of talking teams out of the blitz.
Right.
Do I make a connection to their season ended last year on an all-out blitz? Like, that's how it ended.
Yeah.
And now I've got teams blitzing him and getting him to the ground more.
Yeah.
Like I said, well, you just brought up, that's just sack percentage. That's not percentage of plays. Like, we could probably do quarterback rating when blitzed.
Yeah, I can give you that.
Let's try that and see what that number is this year. While you're checking that out, we'll get to Jerry and Kenmore, who's up. Jerry, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. You know what's funny is I think the Sabres have fallen into the same the Bills have fallen into the same thing as the Sabres. When you fall in love with your draft picks and your own players, you know, I can't give a better example than who were the players from effort last year that impressed us, Zucker and McLeod.
Yeah.
Why
New
was
guys.
the defense better with a bunch of backups in Monday night?
Right. Shaq Thompson shows up and, like, look, he can play. He's better than, maybe he might be better than Bernard, yeah.
He might be. And I think the other fundamental flaw in McDermott had always been he'd rather have a guy that knows he doesn't make huge mistakes than the more athletic guy that might make mistakes. I'll give you a great example. 2 years ago, we were fascinated with A.J. Klein running around and not being able to cover Kelsey. Dorian Williams should have been in that spot. He would have made more mistakes, but he might have made one or two big plays to change the game. A.J. Klein was never making that big play to change that game ever. He was just going to chase him down and tackle him eventually and keep him out of the end zone. I think there's the defense is really missing those impact players. We have players that know the system, don't get killed, and, you know, bend but don't break. It's now for bending and breaking. And the league has changed. Bernard was a very athletic player to substitute for Tremaine Edmonds because the game was a passing game. Now it's a more running game in a big league right now, and he's not that guy anymore. He's a smallish linebacker that maybe doesn't fit in the league anymore. Is playing out of position. There's a lot here, and I think part of it is they fall in love. Well, you asked why Bean is catching more flack. Well, besides Allen, name me a number one draft pick that's making an impact right now on the team.
Right, yeah. To that point, Jerry, like I was thinking about like their number one picks, their first round picks, and some of their hits. Whatever. Like, do we want to do a full autopsy on years? Who are some of the hits in the draft at the top? It's Kincaid and it's Cook. Mm-hmm. And in both years when they took those players, you could make the argument they didn't need that player. Mm-hmm. They had a running back, they took another one. They had a tight end in Dawson Knox who was fine, and they paid, and they like a lot, and they took another tight end. So, you know, when you need to hit, you haven't hit, and at positions that you didn't necessarily need to hit, you have hit. So Kincaid's good, all right. What you're getting at, though, is like falling in love with, you know, your own players. Maybe that could all be in the way that we frame it. The way that I like to point out sometimes, and this is not just a Bills point. You know, every GM loves to say you love to draft and develop and sign your own, and you do. And while we do use that sometimes as a sign that you had a good draft, it is a bit of a false idol. Like, what's the goal? Is it to have the most homegrown talent? No. It's good to have homegrown talent because it tends to be cheaper, but what team has the most homegrown talent? I don't know. I got to go find it. It is not as easy as, well, the teams in the standings, the guys that do it the most are the best. If you've got a lot of time as a GM, you're going to have a lot of time, homegrown talent, a lot of your own guys. But you tell me they draft and develop a receiver and sign that guy, or draft and develop the safety and sign that guy, I'm only going to ask, is he better than the guy you could have instead? Because the goal is to have the best players. So sometimes I feel like draft and develop can be a bit of a false idol. And this offseason for the Bills was about, we drafted 5 guys, we signed all 5 of them. They're all kind of good, but right now, like the red flags on Bernard, as you bring up Bernard, to me are pretty big. Like I don't know what's going to happen there. He did not get big money.
No, he didn't.
And could they have had visions of, in time, moving him?
Isn't it mostly going to depend who the guy they end up bringing in to replace Milano is, and whether that's a Mike linebacker or a Will linebacker? Or will they actively say, we got to get Bernard over to the Will? Because I don't know that they're going to be aggressive to do that.
I think they might have to do that. There are going to be matchups they have to do that. I mean, Bernard, it's not even a strength of his game, and this weakness in his game, it appears to be, getting worse. They're giving up huge plays in the run game. Play a team that can run the ball reasonably well, and that guy's going to get into the second level where your safety's going to take a bad angle too.
I agree with that. Would they not be as worried about that because they think he's a better fit at that position to play against the Chiefs? Because I'm not worried about that against Kansas City, am I?
No, that's right.
This is a little bit of...
You're probably not worried about Isaiah Pacheco running downhill against you.
Like, this is a little bit of the Bills in the past built their defense to stop the pass and maybe be like Taron Johnson saying once upon a time, like, we're okay. We're okay if you run it on us.
The biggest problem there is they
play some other teams that probably are going to be able to run it.
Not just that. They used to invite the pass because they could stop it.
That's true.
And they can't. But they're terrible against the pass.
That's right. I guess I'm just saying, like, Bernard, that weakness of his game, I wonder, it could be a huge problem when you play Baltimore again. Although they were able to, I guess, overcome that in the playoffs last year somewhat because Henry wasn't the one who beat him. But if we're worried about a Chiefs matchup again, like, that's not the thing I'm worried about with them at all.
No.
In fact, you might say Bernard and Milano or whatever. Like, I saw on Sunday against Atlanta Monday, who was a team that can run it and has the best running back in the league. Like, I thought they looked better with Shaq Thompson and Dorian Williams out there. I really did. And that's probably because Thompson is a bigger, more physical linebacker than Bernard is. I guarantee you, though, when they play the Chiefs, I'd rather have Bernard out there.
803-0550. To your point about the Chiefs and that matchup, found this stat for you where every year, just about, the Bills have a top 15 defense. We have our bet whether or not they're going to be
bottom 10.
Where are they? Last year, because of turnovers, they were respectable. Yep. Right now, in EPA per play, the Bills' defense is 24th in the NFL.
That's bottom 10.
That's a bottom 10 defense.
We said by DVOA, though.
Well, sure.
That's fine.
If you want to do EPA per play, we can do that. But here's the point. Every year, even when they're good, they go to January and they get carved up by the Chiefs.
Right.
They're good and they get carved up. What's going to happen when they go in and they have a defense that cannot make stops? Like, to me, this Chiefs game, I know we got a bye week and then we got the Carolina game. The Chiefs game can't come fast enough, and I don't think the Bills can have answers by the Chiefs game. I don't know if they get to that Chiefs game as one final, let's take a look on November 2nd, and then on November 3rd, Bean picks up the big red phone and makes 3 phone calls and says, like, all right, here's what we've got to do to fix what is happening defensively, and we'll see them again in January. But the way that this team's going to match up with the Chiefs in a couple of weeks, I mean, like, I am just really, even though the Chiefs don't run it well, man, I am not feeling good about what's going to happen in the secondary.
Well, it's a version of what happened in the playoff game 2 years ago. The caller mentions, like, bringing back guys that, like, know the system and are way past their prime. That is what happened 2 years ago when they did bring back A.J. Klein, and what did the Chiefs say? They said, we're not worried that he knows the system. He's slow, and we're going to expose him beginning to end. And they did that. What are they going to do in this matchup? In the regular season, at least, they're going to do that to Tre'Davious White. They don't care that he knows the system. He's not athletic enough anymore. And really, the knows the system the play on the final Falcons drive that puts the game on ice, where
it's Tre'Davious White.
Yeah, Bijan Robinson is running up the sideline. Tre'Davious White leaves his area, and I wonder about, like, knows the system. He knew how to play it when he was a great athlete, when he was really fast and was a young player in the league. Are we just sure he knows how to play the system when he's in this form? Because why does he leave his area there? Is he overcompensating because he knows he can't cover as much space as he used to? Why is Diggs getting open behind him a couple of weeks ago? Because is he pressing in an area a little bit more than he otherwise would because he knows I can't play this game the way that I used to?
I don't have the makeup speed, so I've got to be a little bit more conservative, a little more timid in terms of what I'm going to do, make sure nobody gets behind me.
Yeah, it'd be like being a golfer in your 70s, and you're like, I know how to play this hole. I really want to be long down the middle, but I just can't do that anymore. I can't play the hole the way that I might have used to. So what is the value of knowing how to play it?
Right.
If I don't have the athleticism anymore to execute it.
Dennis in Williamsville. Hey, Dennis, good morning.
Hey, guys. So, I mean, I feel like you can go a lot of ways here, but I'm just going to go on the offense if that's all right.
Yeah.
I kind of feel like we're broken in multiple ways. Number one, I feel like philosophically, I struggle with our coaching staff right now. I do feel like the one guy that we really had like a high-flying offense with was Dable, and McDermott and him obviously had a falling out. Dable went out of here, and we got more conservative play callers to come in and do what McDermott likes to do. And I feel like it has not looked great. Like, really, I know that we've scored a lot of points last year, 30 points, all these. It just seems like we break some big plays, but, man, do we stall out sometimes. And, for me, what you said before the last break, too, Jeremy, about being multiple, like, being multiple can be great, but it also could mean that you don't have an identity. And I don't think that this team knows what they are. They want to run the ball a ton, but it's not always successful. And they certainly don't have the players to be whipping the ball around. But when you're inviting the blitz as often as we are, here's my main point. I feel like when we bring in the 2 tight end, 3 tight end, fullback, all that stuff, you get all these guys in the backfield condensed on the line of scrimmage. It gives the defense so many more opportunities to blitz because they can't match. Now, if you go spread and you got 5 wide receivers out there, you spread out the defense. The blitz can only come from one place, maybe. You're talking about 4 down linemen. You're talking about 5 guys being covered, usually man-to-man in an empty look. And now you can bring 1 guy maybe or 2 at the most, but then you're in cover 0, and it's a lot easier to identify. I'm not saying that's the answer, but I'm just saying, man, we try to be so multiple, and we have all these different formations and stuff, and most of them are very condensed. And you're just bringing guys into the box, and they're just firing bullets at you left and right, and we don't have the answers to be able to stop that. I think we have to identify what we want to be and do that in a way that, we get comfortable doing it instead of doing a million. Like, if we traded for a receiver, so many people want to do that, myself included. I don't think we'd know what to do with them. We have Dalton Kincaid, which is our first-round draft pick from a couple of years ago, extremely talented guy. He's on the field 45% of the time. And by taking him off, what do? We're putting, like, Reggie Gilliam on the field and other guys, and we're not good enough to do that. You got to put your best players on the field. Look at Drake London. He's on the field for every play, and he caught, like, 50 balls.
He got targeted 16 times. Thanks, Dennis. I wonder if Are we hearing, if it's not already been there, the death of or a real frustration with Everybody Eats, which has been, their mantra. It was last year, If you want to say it was really about making a point, you can do that. But I'm hearing an awful lot this year of stuff I didn't hear last year, like, yes, James Cook must be on the field. That's not everybody eats. Everybody eats last year was, I just went over it. The Bills, what they got in throwing to running backs, they're the best in the league. And right now, they're way at the bottom, and it's, I need more Cook. My everybody eats isn't working. And now with Kincaid, Kincaid was a part of that. And now what am I getting from Kincaid? I'm like, why isn't he on the field more? I need to get him out there more. The fact that he was injured means their offense was in so much trouble. All of a sudden, it feels like we're talking about them leaning into more of throw it to your better players. Have better players. And maybe that's prisoner of the moment, Joe, where the last 2 weeks we've watched the other team work the defense with one dude.
Or in this game, 2 dudes.
Right.
Yeah.
This game, Bijan and Drake London. And
they had like 16 of his 20 completions, Penix's. Yeah.
And that's kind of like, for Brady, the conversation is give Allen some easy button throws, take it off his plate. It could be easier for the quarterback.
Right.
The last 2 games, you didn't have easy buttons. You had easy players. Easy button player instead of a throw. What should I do on this play? You should throw it to Drake London. He's being covered by Jamarcus Ingram.
Yeah.
End of story. Like, what's the play? I don't know. That. When he almost scored on the touchdown where he went to the 1 yard line, stepped up, he's one-on-one man coverage with Jamarcus Ingram. Right. What's the play? That.
Yeah.
And do the Bills have that? They talk about matchup nightmares and getting Cook on a safety or a linebacker or Kincaid, but there's not a guy, I don't think, where you see like, oh, here comes the matchup. I can't even do that with Coleman when he's got 6 inches of an advantage on a corner. Because that corner can play through him. So, like, where's the play where it's like I need 3rd and 5? Who am I throwing the ball to? They know who I'm throwing it to, and that doesn't matter because that's what the Bills have been beaten by in the last 2 weeks.
Yeah, I don't see it as a strength. I mean, even shorter than 3rd and 5, these 3rd and 1s, 3rd and 2s, or whatever. I mean, the other team, it's talked like it's a strength that the defense doesn't know where the ball is going, but is it really a strength when I'm giving the ball in those situations or trying to give the ball to guys at the bottom of my roster? 3rd and 1, important down in the game, I'm giving it to Elijah Moore, who was inactive the week before.
Right.
And is your 5th receiver on the depth chart. Last week against New England, you're trying to hand the ball off to your backup tight end. Like, so if I'm a defense, like, sure, I don't know that the ball's going to Dawson Knox or Elijah Moore, but I'm happy to let you try to give the ball to the bottom end of your roster players on the most important downs of the game. Go right ahead if I'm a defense seeing that from the Bills.
This is where I like to get to this question. What is cute about the handoff to Elijah Moore? Is it cute that it's a handoff like
to a
that?
Receiver? Or
is it cute that it's Elijah Moore? Like, here's your example.
Right.
If the Chiefs did that with Worthy, that's not cute. That's just what they do. That's part of their offense.
Right.
That's a regular player who gets engineered 10 touches a game sometimes getting a handoff.
Yeah.
And for the Bills, it's here's a guy we signed. Here's one of his is it his only touch in the game? Is it 2 touches?
He didn't have a catch.
He is not a player that you are like relying on, and whether you're repping it enough or whatever, like is it cute because it's more or is it cute because it's a handoff? Is it cute because they did it with Dawson Knox the previous week?
It's definitely a combo of the two.
Okay.
Because the play itself, remember, I mean, week 1 against Baltimore, the Ravens ran this play to Zay Flowers, and it got highly criticized because
that's right.
you're taking half the field away.
That's right, but the Ravens did that while trying to run out the clock. There was like, if this is...
But a first down basically ended the game.
That's right.
Yeah.
If this is... Let's take it off the Chiefs. If instead I'm watching the Eagles and they run this to Devonta Smith, like, is it cute? Or is it... That guy's a freakish...
Yeah, no, it's less cute.
Right, this was your
It's definitely less cute. I think it still
receiver,
is.
your street receiver you signed after the draft being like, here comes the most important touch in this game to this point.
Right, like if they hand it off to whoever their like kick returner is, then it's more cute than if it's...
Right, Codrington gets that, right.
Right, if the Rams give the ball to Tutu Atwell instead of Puka Nacua, I think it's a little bit more cute.
Right,
sure.
Okay. 803-0550.
But this team doesn't have the Puka Nacua to hand the ball off to. Like, that play, who's the hand... Is it Shakir? Because a couple of weeks ago, they did the same thing, and I would have thought, that's a cute play. On 4th down, that's too cute. So I do think some of it is the play, especially when the Bills, I don't think, have that guy.
Yeah.
Would Coleman made it any different for anybody? If they had handed that ball off to Keon Coleman instead of Elijah Moore, would it be any different?
he's good after the catch. He's supposed to be good at the ball in his hands.
So it might be better.
I don't know, yeah.
But I think
You're
the
right.
same
Fair.
adjectives would be used.
803-0550. Open phone lines for you. If you're on hold, we'll get to your calls. We're open for you. Coming up, 8 o'clock, Lindy Ruff, then more calls. Joe Marino, the All-22 review, and Howard picks the Bills. Dizzy Wednesday here on WGR. The red flags on Bernard, as you bring up Bernard, to me are pretty big. Like I don't know what's going to happen there. He did not get big money.
No, he didn't.
And could they have had visions of, in time, moving him?
Isn't it mostly going to depend who the guy they end up bringing in to replace Milano is, and whether that's a Mike linebacker or a Will linebacker? Or will they actively say, we got to get Bernard over to the Will? Because I don't know that they're going to be aggressive to do that.
I think they might have to do that. There are going to be matchups they have to do that. I mean, Bernard, it's not even a strength of his game, and this weakness in his game, it appears to be, getting worse. They're giving up huge plays in the run game. Play a team that can run the ball reasonably well, and that guy's going to get into the second level where your safety is going to take a bad angle too.
I agree with that. Would they not be as worried about that because they think he's a better fit at that position to play against the Chiefs? Because I'm not worried about that against Kansas City, am I?
No, that's right.
This is a little bit of...
You're probably not worried about Isaiah Pacheco running downhill against you.
This is a little bit of the Bills in the past built their defense to stop the pass and maybe be like Taron Johnson saying once upon a time, like, we're okay. We're okay if you run it on us.
The biggest problem there is they
play some other teams that probably are going to be able to run it.
Not just that. They used to invite the pass because they could stop it.
That's true.
And they can't. But they're terrible against the pass.
That's right. I guess I'm just saying, like, Bernard, that weakness of his game, I wonder, it could be a huge problem when you play Baltimore again. Although they were able to, I guess, overcome that in the playoffs last year somewhat because Henry wasn't the one who beat him. But if we're worried about a Chiefs matchup again, like, that's not the thing I'm worried about with them at all.
No.
In fact, you might say Bernard and Milano or whatever. Like, I saw on Sunday against Atlanta Monday, who was a team that can run it and has the best running back in the league. Like, I thought they looked better with Shaq Thompson and Dorian Williams out there. I really did. And that's probably because Thompson is a bigger, more physical linebacker than Bernard is.
The stat that Joe has, whether this is a book out on how to beat the Bills or whatever, pressure to sack percentage when blitzed.
Yeah.
Allen was blitzed against Atlanta more than any time in about 4 years. They blitzed the hell out of Allen. And they dared the Bills to beat them on the outside, beat them down the field, and the Bills had nobody that could do it. So is that the kind of thing where the book is out? Maybe, maybe not. Allen usually gets away from that stuff, and that's the number you've got.
Yeah, he has been expert at that this season. It's double what it has been in most of his years. So how often he's taking a sack when he's pressured, when he's being blitzed, which is going to be a lot, right? You're going to be pressured, I think, a lot of times when you're blitzed. And this year he's taking a sack 22.6% of the time in those situations. Last year it was 10.
So
the year before that it was 9.
If you blitz him this year, you're twice as likely to get home.
Yeah.
For a sack, not just like a knockdown or a hit. That's get him on the ground.
Right. And in some of these years he's triple the rate at which he normally is. So, yeah, you're getting him. You're getting him on the ground. He's not getting the ball off. And you're stuck in a second and long. And, I mean, if I were a defense and I were seeing those stats and I were seeing that film, I think I would want to try this. I would want to come after him. And it wouldn't be even about Allen. It's just like it's a dare to the Bills' weapons to get open and get open quick.
It's a dare to the weapons.
Or it's a dare to go ahead, take your... Because what's Allen going to start doing if nobody's open? He's going to throw those back shoulder plays to Keon Coleman. And if I'm a defense, give me those every play of the game if you want.
I was going to say it's also a dare to the coordinator to have an answer.
Right, that's
have an answer. And how much should I...
Well, that might be why they run so many screens, isn't it? Like...
To try and alleviate that pressure?
Yeah, if you blitz and you got a nice screen called in time for that, I mean, that could be a huge play.
Right.
In
Doesn't
your
have to be even timed perfectly. You're kind of talking teams out of the blitz.
Right.
Do I make a connection to their season ended last year on an all-out blitz? Like, that's how it ended.
Yeah.
And now I've got teams blitzing him and getting him to the ground more.
Some injuries heading into the bye week for the Bills. Daquan Jones and Josh Palmer, both called week to week by Bills head coach Sean McDermott. Meanwhile, Matt Milano, Dalton Kincaid, both considered day to day. Max Harrison has a chance to have his practice window opened when the Bills return from their bye. The Barnes Firm Injury Report brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help, call 1-800-8-million. The Sabres in action tonight, 7 o'clock against the Senators. No Brady Tkachuk for Ottawa. Zach Benson looks like he could return to the lineup. Maybe Yuri Kulik will be a healthy scratch. We'll find out from Lindy Ruff coming up at around 8 o'clock this morning. Dodgers win last night over the Brewers. They take a 2-0 series lead. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
It's disappointing that Keon Coleman doesn't have the opportunity and doesn't step up. I don't know if it was they don't believe in him. I don't know if he's not going to them in those moments saying, get me the ball. I talked about it last night that I was surprised they weren't moving him opposite A.J. Terrell and trying to get him the football, throw the ball downfield to him and opportunities just to use his big body and frame. And if I was a Bills fan, I would have loved to see Keon Coleman step to the forefront and impact that game much, much, much more than he did.
Dan Orlovsky on One Bills Live. Would you have liked to see Coleman say, get me the ball?
No.
Careful.
No, he wasn't.
Careful, everybody.
He wasn't open.
That's part of it.
Throw me the ball. I'm not open.
There are a couple plays he was, but when they try to force to him, he's not.
When I looked at the NFL Pro like film room thing, you can like break down like open routes versus like tightly covered routes.
Yeah.
And I think there were only like 3 that were categorized under like open.
Yeah.
So there weren't many.
Well, get him the ball when he is. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Tomorrow it's the Steelers and the Bengals on Thursday Night Football. The Steelers have a chance to go to 5-1.
5-1 with the Ravens on bye.
The Steelers are about to have the most hilarious season ever.
Well, isn't this
they're going to finish?
This is what they do every single year.
But they're going to finish like 12-5, and like, what? How good are they? Womp in the playoffs. It's going to be
yeah, they'll at least be at home this time, I guess. But if they do get there,
even better.
I don't know if I. Every year there is the mid to late season
swoon from them.
Yeah. And they it's like, they might win 12 games this year. And like, no, they're going to win their 10. They're going to win their 9 or 10, which they always do.
You know what? They have a bunch. They have a couple tough games here. They have 2 against the Bengals, and their next 6. It's the Bengals twice, but also the Packers, Colts, Chargers, and Bears. And I don't think any of those teams is a pushover.
Yeah, like I think I could find 6 losses for them. Like six is a lot, but I think I could find 6 losses still. I think they'll lose 2 games to Baltimore. There's 2 right there.
They're unfortunate to not have played them yet.
Yeah.
Adam in Silver Creek. Hey, Adam, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Speaking of the game tomorrow night, how great is the Icy Hot Bowl?
You know, you beat me to it. I was going to say they're calling it the Icy Hot Bowl.
What is the Icy Hot Bowl? This is Rodgers and
Flacco.
Rodgers and Flacco.
The Icy Hot Bowl is a great nickname. Yes.
It's a great nickname. I laughed hysterically when I saw that. Thanks for taking my call. I just think, what we're seeing now is a problem just with the hierarchy of our organization. I mean, is it right to blame Bean for draft picks and free agent acquisitions? Yes. I tend to think that, in addition to being McDermott is also pseudo GM as well. I don't think Bean is doing anything that he's not running by McDermott first, and he's getting the thumbs up. And I think that was the problem with McDermott being here first and then bringing in Bean. I think typically in a hierarchy of an organization, your general manager, picks the head coach, and then from there they decide on the makeup of the team together. I think, for lack of a better way of saying it, I think Bean is kind of McDermott's yes man in all of this.
Yeah.
And that kind of leads me to
real quick, Adam. I'll let you get to your other point. I don't think you're alone in that perception. I'll simply say that everything I hear and every word that comes out that might make its way to me would indicate that is not true, and that sure, McDermott's going to have, they're going to run stuff by him, but I do not think that is the dynamic over there. I think Bean is absolutely the one that's making personnel calls, and even to a point where maybe the coach might not want some player person, and the personnel call is going to be the personnel call. So we kind of don't really know. And whatever. Every once in a while, we kind of get to their relationship and talking about it. They don't talk together really, ever. They do, for the amount of media the two of them do, they are separate entities all the time. So I don't know how much the lockstep is there. But anyway, keep going.
And that kind of leads me into my issue with the coaching staff. I like to think that, especially given our situation with the unicorn that we have at quarterback, McDermott would have no problem attracting elite coaching talent throughout the entire league. Yet there seems to be this reluctancy to bring in offensive and defensive coordinators outside of the building. Hence you see, we elevate Ken Dorsey, we elevate Joe Brady, and I can't help but think that is just him not wanting to get into a power struggle with whatever it was between him and Dable, whatever it was between like the departing of Leslie Frazier was weird and awkward. You look around the league, Vrabel has no problem bringing in Josh McDaniels back, who was a former head coach. Andy Reid is easily working with one of the best defensive coordinators in the NFL, and Steve Spagnuolo, former head coach, Matt Nagy, a former head coach. And we see this.
That might be guys just returning to their own coaching trees, and would that not be the same as if Brian Dable came back? Is that possible?
I would love to know if that is possible.
I don't know. No, I get it. I know what you're saying, Adam. I get it. What the Bills have in both those scenarios you're mentioning, I guess Vrabel's not that. Like, what you have there is turnover at the position is over. It's not happening, right? I think Adam's suggesting Matt Nagy has been a former head coach. He can just be your offensive coordinator, although you mentioned he's maybe up for the Tennessee job.
Amazingly.
Whatever. Yeah. Spagnuolo. What they have there is Spagnuolo, a guy who's never going to be a head coach again. He's going to be awesome at his side of the football for Kansas City. And in New England, that's part of what maybe is a little scary. Josh McDaniels, I don't think he'll ever leave. Just coach Drake May forever because teams are not going to want to hire him, and I think he'd be a fool to want to leave. So you have some stability. With the Bills, it's everybody's going to get a run to coach Josh Allen for 2 to 3 years, and you're either going to get fired or hired. And there's not going to be that stability unless it's a Dable kind of move. Brady goes and gets the job in Miami, Tennessee, and the Bills are looking for an offensive coordinator, and they call Brian Dable and say, like, you want to come back? And then he might be at a point where, like, yeah, and I don't want to be a head coach again. I don't ever need that. I'm going to be happy here and just try and crank this thing out and get us to a Super Bowl and blah, 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 blah. Like, there is a path to where the Bills get that position, offensive coordinator, long-term locked up for the rest of Allen's career. That's the path to it. I don't know that they're going to get there. I'm not sure everybody out there listening wants that path. But you mentioning those two organizations as examples of that, I think the Bills are one step away from it.
Yeah. They haven't done that yet, though, huh? No McDermott coach has ever left and came back.
Has anybody come back?
Like Leslie Frazier's never come back.
Yeah, but he hasn't coached anywhere. Like who?
He's been in Seattle.
Okay, that's right. And he was a consultant with the Giants?
Maybe.
An assistant on the staff? Anyway.
Maybe. But I guess the Seattle coach is still in place. So it would be like, you need a guy to get fired. So it would be right. It would be Dable. Dable would be the first real test of that. So
803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. Give us a ring. Jeremy and Joe. Lindy Ruff at 8 o'clock. We have time for your calls in this next segment as well. Joe Marino in the All-22 review. What did the tape say about this loss? How big are their problems? Joe put him on Fraud Watch. You love a good Fraud Watch.
I do. I don't love the Bills being on the Fraud Watch.
Joe Marino. Put him a little bit on Fraud Watch. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. The Icy Bowl. The Icy Hot Bowl.
Icy Hot Bowl.
The Icy Hot Bowl tomorrow is beautiful. All right. Give us a ring. We're hanging out here on WGR. One that jumps out at me the most was from Benjamin Solak. I actually sent this to you. Do you remember what it said?
It's no, but you sent it to me, right?
All right. I did send it to you.
What was it? There were so many things that were said
there's a lot said about the Bills yesterday. It happened right as our show ended. He sent this out about the Bills, and it just resonated with me. This was so it was not the one about the
yes, this one.
Not the one about the Blitz. It's the one where he's talking about watching the Bills on tape.
Yeah.
And he said that watching the tape on the Bills, they need to make a trade for a safety more than any team has ever needed to trade for anything ever.
Yeah. Buffalo should be pursuing a safety deadline trade more aggressively than any deadline buyer of any position of the last few seasons.
There you go.
That is jarring.
Yeah.
That is strong.
Yes. Buffalo needs to address a safety position, trade for a safety more than any team at any position in a few seasons. I saw that and thought, like, well, all right. That's not just, wow, things don't seem to be going right in the secondary. That's, oh, no, it's not going to get better.
Yeah.
And no one has needed to make a move at any position anywhere more than this team on that spot right there, and it's got to be Taylor Rapp.
Right, it's an emergency.
It's for Taylor Rapp.
Yeah.
Because you have a 5-alarm fire, I think, with Taylor Rapp. I don't know if he followed up and said which one, but I think it's got to be Taylor Rapp.
I mean, he might mean both.
He might mean both.
Or maybe they're just together. It's so bad that like maybe if you stick somebody half good in Rapp's spot, that Bishop will give you better results. I mean, maybe that's the formula. I don't know.
Yeah, a lot of yesterday was about receiver, and I listened to the show with the Bulldog, and a lot about receiver and people shouting about the GM and what happened in April and all that. And of course, like, you know how I feel about that position, but I am with Benjamin Solak. I'm sitting here thinking, like, if they don't make a trade in the secondary, I don't know what to do. They have 2 weeks, basically, 3 weeks to get something done in that department, and they have to do it. I would have thought corner, and here's safety as maybe a higher priority. The point about receiver and how they spend their money, there's tons to get to when it comes to the offseason. There's big picture, there's small picture, and then there's, of course, like, what can they do about it now? You're in the season, you are you're 30,000 feet in the air, you got to have a plan. The plane's already taken off. You got to get to your destination. How are you going to get there? And if they don't make any move of significance, then I do feel like it'll be a year more than most where eyes go to the GM over the coach. And we have not had many of those, right?
Right.
I kind of asked you the question, it was a rhetorical question months ago. Why is it that McDermott gets this, he hasn't won? How come it's only McDermott that seems to be in the crosshairs? And maybe that's because of game day decisions in 13 seconds. But if they don't do something defensively to get some better players, then I feel like it's going to be the first time the GM hears about it a lot. I don't think the GM has been in the crosshairs much at all. And my read of yesterday, online, listening to the station, is that he is much more of a target than before. Whatever reason that is, if that's receiver, if that's defense, if that's going all in on defense and still being bad. I know people put that on McDermott, but they're rebuilding a defense that was their own and still has a lot of work to do. The good news is Deion Walker looks great. Past that, right now, they're searching for answers. Jeremy and Joe, happy Wednesday. Sabres play tonight. Get a quick check-in with Buff in Dallas before we get off to Sabres head coach Lindy Ruff. And, Joe Marino, all 22 review at 8:30. Buff, good morning. How are you?
Hey, good morning. I'm good, guys. Man, I just want to say the Chiefs they put the playbook out there years ago. They have two great corners on the outside. They do what they want to do. They send blitz, and we don't have any man beaters on the offense. And for the past 5-6 years, it seemed as if, and the previous caller, he said it, and for some reason we always draft a defensive player. So if Brandon Beane is calling the shots himself, and we have a defensive coach, so that doesn't make any sense. But because we had an offensive guy, I guess we'll be getting offensive players. But my point is this: we're going to lose against the Chiefs again because, and I'm going to say this: history is going to repeat itself. They're going to do the same exact thing, blitz. That's what every team is doing, blitzing. We don't have anybody to beat man coverage. And without Kincaid in the lineup, it showed big time. So my point is this: in order for us to change the result, we're going to have to bring in a receiver. And I hate we have to do this the second year in a row. But definitely don't bring in anybody like Cooper that's older, who can barely get off the line of scrimmage. You need somebody like I know you can't get Zay Flowers, but you need a guy like real quick that can get off the line instantly and get open. That's the type of receiver we need. That's going to change the trajectory of the offense, and we'll start back rolling. The defense is bad, but they get stops. You can give them that. They get stops. They give offense opportunity. And so we had an opportunity to win both games, and we should have lost that Saints game. So I'm with the guy who you just brought up, Dog 22. We don't lost 3 games in a row, if you ask me. We lost that Saints game. In my mind, that was luck, man. So,
thanks, Buff.
Coming out of the break. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Buff. Trying to think.
It wasn't fully luck. They did. They put it. That was not the last great drive, but they put a good drive together to go beat the Saints.
No,
but they just.
If I'm going for the luckiest they got, where did they get lucky versus unlucky? Lucky was Baltimore. Lucky was Baltimore. Down 2 touchdowns, a deflected pass got caught in the end zone to continue that game. You got lucky against Baltimore. And, the unluckiest they got, would it be Atlanta? Would it be New England? Maybe it's New England. Fumble luck.
Yeah, you could argue Atlanta.
You could.
Fumble on the first play of the game, and it's a microscopic level of offside on Greg Rousseau. Was there not another fumble that fell back to a Falcon at some point in the second half? Am I remembering that right?
Maybe.
I thought there was another play that there was a little bit of luck on it.
803-0550 and 1-888-552-550. You want to join us? You can. We'll get to Sabres head coach Lindy Ruff, then back to your calls, back into Bills conversations. Sabres and Senators tonight, and the Sabres have injuries to deal with, and we'll talk with the Sabres head coach about their 0-3 start, what has to change. It's all coming up. Sabres and Sens tonight on WGR and at KeyBank Center, and Lindy Ruff next. The red flags on Bernard, as you bring up Bernard, to me are pretty big. I don't know what's going to happen there. He did not get big money.
No, he didn't.
And could they have had visions of, in time, moving him?
Isn't it mostly going to depend who the guy they end up bringing in to replace Milano is, and whether that's a Mike linebacker or a Will linebacker? Or will they actively say, we got to get Bernard over to the Will? Because I don't know that they're going to be aggressive to do that.
I think they might have to do that. There are going to be matchups they have to do that. I mean, Bernard, it's not even a strength of his game, and this weakness in his game, it appears to be, getting worse. They're giving up huge plays in the run game. Play a team that can run the ball reasonably well, and that guy's going to get into the second level where your safety is going to take a bad angle too.
I agree with that. Would they not be as worried about that because they think he's a better fit at that position to play against the Chiefs? Because I'm not worried about that against Kansas City, am I?
No, that's right.
This is a little bit of...
You're probably not worried about Isaiah Pacheco running downhill against you.
This is a little bit of the Bills in the past built their defense to stop the pass and maybe be like Taron Johnson saying once upon a time, we're okay. We're okay if you run it on us.
The biggest problem there is they
play some other teams that probably are going to be able to run it.
Not just that. They used to invite the pass because they could stop it.
That's true.
And they can't. But they're terrible against the pass.
That's right. I guess I'm just saying, Bernard, that weakness of his game, I wonder, it could be a huge problem when you play Baltimore again. Although they were able to, I guess, overcome that in the playoffs last year somewhat because Henry wasn't the one who beat him. But if we're worried about a Chiefs matchup again, that's not the thing I'm worried about with them at all.
No.
In fact, you might say Bernard and Milano or whatever. I saw on Sunday against Atlanta Monday, who is a team that can run it and has the best running back in the league. I thought they looked better with Shaq Thompson and Dorian Williams out there. I really did. And that's probably because Thompson is a bigger, more physical linebacker than Bernard is.
The stat that Joe has, whether this is a book out on how to beat the Bills or whatever, pressure to sack percentage when blitzed.
Yeah.
Allen was blitzed against Atlanta more than any time in about 4 years.
Yeah.
They blitzed the hell out of Allen. And they dared the Bills to beat them on the outside, beat them down the field, and the Bills had nobody that could do it. So is that the kind of thing where the book is out? Maybe, maybe not. Allen usually gets away from that stuff, and that's the number you've got.
Yeah, he has been expert at that this season. It's double what it has been in most of his years. So how often he's taking a sack when he's pressured, when he's being blitzed, which is going to be a lot, right? You're going to be pressured, I think, a lot of times when you're blitzed. And this year he's taking a sack 22.6% of the time in those situations. Last year it was 10.
So
year before that, it was 9.
If you blitz him this year, you're twice as likely to get home.
Yeah.
For a sack, not just like a knockdown or a hit. That's get him on the ground.
Right. And in some of these years, he's triple the rate at which he normally is. So, yeah, you're getting him. You're getting him on the ground. He's not getting the ball off. And you're stuck in a second and long. And, I mean, if I were a defense and I were seeing those stats and I were seeing that film, I think I would want to try this. I would want to come after him. And it wouldn't be even about Allen. It's just it's a dare to the Bills' weapons to get open and get open quick.
It's a dare to the weapons.
Or it's a dare to go ahead, take your... Because what's Allen going to start doing if nobody's open? He's going to throw those back shoulder plays to Keon Coleman. And if I'm a defense, give me those every play of the game if you want.
I was going to say it's also a dare to the coordinator to have an answer.
Right, that's
Have an answer. And how much should I...
Well, that might be why they run so many screens, isn't it?
To try and alleviate that pressure?
Yeah, if you blitz and you got a nice screen called in time for that, I mean, that could be a huge play.
Right. It doesn't have to be even timed perfectly. You're kind of talking teams out of the blitz.
Right.
Do I make a connection to their season ended last year on an all-out blitz? That's how it ended.
Yeah.
And now I've got teams blitzing him and getting him to the ground more.
Bills with some injuries going into the bye week. Daquan Jones and Josh Palmer, according to Bills head coach Sean McDermott, are considered week to week. And a couple of players that are day to day, including Dalton Kincaid and Matt Milano. You can get the full details from Sal at WGR550.com. Sabres in action tonight, 7 o'clock, puck drop against the Ottawa Senators. Ottawa will be without Brady Tkachuk. He's supposed to miss about 4 weeks, so he will not play for the Sens tonight. We'll have pregame starting at 6 here on WGR. Lindy Ruff joins the show coming up next. Baseball last night, the Dodgers win 5-1 over the Brewers. LA takes a 2-0 series lead in the NLCS. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Back to your calls on the Bills in a little bit. Sabres head coach Lindy Ruff joining us on the Western Hotline ahead of tonight's game with the Ottawa Senators. The Sabres are starting a little run here of a bunch of divisional games. They'll play Ottawa tonight and Florida after that. 6 games in the division. Montreal after that. An 0-3 start to the season and looking for their first points. We bring in the Sabres head coach. Lindy, good morning. Jeremy and Joe, thanks for taking some time today.
Morning, gentlemen.
So, Lindy, it's interesting. I thought it was interesting that Tage Thompson said that you can't let 3 losses be the end of the world. He kind of answered questions about the past, about the context of what goes on with the Sabres when a slow start happens. I thought it was interesting. He didn't want to talk about the past, and I think also defendable. How about you for this? Like, how much of a conversation is it or a struggle is it to make sure that a 3-game losing streak to start the season doesn't become more than that, even though for a lot of fans it feels like more than that?
Well, for sure. From the outside, I totally understand the feeling. It's not the start we wanted. We can't do anything about the past. It's improving what lays ahead. We spent yesterday lengthy meeting on the areas where we can play faster. We can create more. We need more out of more people. When you're looking at a lineup that you're missing key personnel, there's areas of the game that I think we can play a lot faster. We can create more pressure. We can out-support the other team. And I thought we got closer to that last game. We failed on the side of creating enough offense to win a hockey game.
It's 2 goals in the 3 games, Lindy. That was, you had some question about that before the season. You would get questions about offense and Josh Norris being out. Do you feel like, best players are playing up to their standard, or even beyond that? That maybe do you feel like you have enough best players to score goals at the level you need to?
I think we do. I think and I was asked this the other night. Your best players have to be your best players. Your best players are the ones that, through a season, that will win you hockey games. If you look at that connection on our top line, which last year was basically Benson, Kalik, and Thompson, the number of opportunities they created inside of the game. Tomer's points per game were, I think, 1.18 playing with those guys. When you roll out your top players have to be the guys that produce for you. They have to be 90% of the times your top guys when it comes to defending against other teams' top players. I look at we have plenty of guys that can produce, and part of it has to come from them. Part of that is the structure of playing faster, creating more tenacity. Like I said, I thought we got closer to it. We talked a lot about we have to be a better defensive team. Defensively, we're answering the bell. Offensively, right now, I don't want to hear about guys that are out of the lineup. I think you let in with Brady Tkachuk is going to be out of the lineup for 4 weeks. You can't spend any time in that. We can't spend any time when Josh Norris being out of the lineup.
we need more out of the guys that are in the lineup. When the guys in the lineup get their chance, and usually a chance comes when somebody gets injured, you step up in the lineup. It's the chance you've been waiting for. We need guys to grab a hold of that and take it right now.
How much of that are you feeling about Kulik right now? Yesterday at practice, he was not maybe on a regular line. You said there was a chance maybe he doesn't play tonight. One, do you know the answer to that question yet, whether he'll play tonight? And how much of that is Kulik not on the hook for compared to everybody else, but it's not much offense so far through a couple games.
This is not about the Kulik. You could pick 4 or 5 players. If you want to base it on offense, you can reach into a hat and pick 4 or 5 of our players and take them out of the lineup. It's not about one player. Effort has to be there. If you want to evaluate your own game, then you look at your own game and you say, what did I do last night to help us win a hockey game? What did I do offensively to help us win a game? What did I do defensively? And this isn't about Kulik, a young player that is still finding his footing in the game, stepped into the middle for us last year and played well. This is not about one player, and there's no focus for me on him being the reason we're not creating offense. Our veteran players have to be better when it comes to creating offense, not our young guys.
Sabres head coach Lindy Ruff on a game day, Sabres and Senators tonight. You know, Lindy, sometimes the power play can be a spark. You're still searching there. 0-for on the power play, one of 3 teams in the league. And this has been a consistent problem. I mean, have you felt like it has looked better and it's due? Or is the power play been every bit as bad of no goals through 3 games?
When you look at, we've had chances every game where we've had good power plays and power plays that haven't really created a lot. Our power play's got to get back to that mentality that when we were going good last year, it was a shooting mentality. We had somebody around the net front, tips and screens and second opportunities were there. We've had good power plays through the stretch. The other night we had Darlene walk right through their team and, miss on a rush on one of a real good entry on the power play. We've had some shots from the point that I felt we didn't do a good enough job getting in front of the goaltender. So there's lots of little areas that I think we need to move the puck quicker. The puck has to move faster than the penalty killers, and I think sometimes we're deferring to, sitting on the outside and looking for that perfect play. We, watching goals around the league and watching power plays, it's more about getting pucks to the inside and getting players there that can tip, can screen. And I don't think we've been good at it. We've been good at it on some power plays and been poor at it on others.
Lindy Ruff with us on the Wester Hotline. I heard you with an interesting comment yesterday in the press conference about teams that are dumping and chasing versus carrying the puck in, like what other teams are doing defensively. On the power play, how do you feel about that? Like zone entries, is that a part of this problem too, or do you feel like it's more once you're in the zone in terms of getting set up on the power play in the first place?
I think, zone entries were a positive for us last year. The stand that the other team makes, if you're hitting that line with enough speed, you can usually solve that stand with the puck support. I think we've made some really good decisions when we hit the line. I think we've made, on other occasions, when we don't hit the line with enough speed, the entries don't look as good. It's really all connected. But last year, entries were one of the areas that was really good for our club, in the top 10 in the league. And now I think it gets a little frustrating when, you hit the line and you have that failed entry because now you've wasted 20 seconds. But I think it's all connected from once you get there and once you get in, what you're going to do with the puck.
Lindy Ruff with us. Lindy, some of the other injured players, whether Zach Benson, Michael Kesselring, if anybody will be ready to return tonight, or how close some of those guys might be getting?
Well, we're getting closer with quite a few guys. We can start. UPL was in practice, so he's closing in on a return date. Greenway was in practice. I would say, he has a good week. We're looking at probably by the end of the week, we're looking at possibly getting him back. Benson was back in, which I think will help us because he's been a little bit of the guy that gets down below the goal line that can help us make some extra plays. You look at Kesselring. Kesselring is getting close to skating. I would say by the end of the week, possibly he gets, or by the weekend, he's possibly skating. The good news is we got bodies coming back.
And this stretch here, Lindy, we kind of talked before the season. You said like 6 out of 10 points. If you just kind of get 6 out of 10 throughout the season, you're in the mix for a playoff spot. And behind the sticks on that already, is there a feeling of like 6 division games? You have an opportunity here to, of course, you can make it up against any opponent, but these are the teams that you're fighting for in a playoff spot and to try to get back into a playoff position.
It's really as simple as worrying about the one game tonight. I totally agree that, and I've used it, that 6 points in 10 games is a magic number. The most we can get right now, you get 6 points every 5 games. We need to get a win tonight, and then we move on to the next game and get a win, and we know that we're a couple points behind. And through the year, you'll have that 5-game winning streak. You'll have a couple-game losing streak. Let's hope that this adversity we faced in these first 3 games with no offense and different players out of the lineup is what's going to push us through to get into a situation where we can run 7-8 games together and make up for the 2 points that we've given up that we need in this first 5 games.
Sabres head coach Lindy Ruff. Tonight it's the Ottawa Senators at KeyBank Center. Lindy, thanks very much, and best of luck tonight.
You're welcome. Thank you, gentlemen.
Sabres head coach Lindy Ruff. So Ottawa tonight, Florida, Montreal, 6 straight divisional games.
Home and home with Toronto in there, too, at some point.
Toronto's also yet to score on the power play. So there are a couple teams, there are 3 teams that have been yet to score on the power play.
All right.
The Sabres are one of them.
And last year this happened.
Yes.
Long stretch at the beginning of the year not scoring on the power play. Yeah. It's been years, right? The team that missed by 1 point, they were pretty good on the power play, and not since.
No. Little reporting about Jarmo Kekalainen, who the Sabres hired as a senior advisor, right?
Yep.
You've seen a little bit of that maybe there could be a change at GM, just kind of like insiders in the hockey world suggesting that Kekalainen is right there to be ready to be named as the GM if they decide to make a change.
Yeah, Friedman I listened to on his podcast on Monday, and he's not going to tell you everything exactly that he knows, right? But as he's going through it, and he's like, Jarmo's in the building, and this, and he's like, I think this is a really big week for them. And Tatum was up a little bit. This is a really big, sure, right? Like, you're 0-3, and anyone could say it's a big week. But for some reason, him saying, this is a big week, in the context of the big picture, I wondered if that could mean anything. That, if it's really, really, really bad, if they go 0-6, that's all it would take.
0-6, that's a 9-game losing
streak. Or 1-5
streak.
even, but whatever. Something drastically bad early on could mean some change. Even in the first month of the season.
Even that, let's say they just make a GM change. That might, whatever, what? Would that scratch an itch for people? What would it change? Well, to change to Kekalainen, if they're going to continue to stumble and they can't score. Really, if they can't score, it's going to be more maddening. I've long held that belief that if you can't score, everything is wrong. When you're losing games 7-5, at least they're fun to watch. Right. Remember when Granato got the job? He said, it's an entertainment business. We're here to entertain. And then they fielded a fire wagon team.
That was the best team of the drought.
Yes, and also gave them a ton of goals. And, they wanted to improve on what they did defensively. But it was not a good team, but they scored. And they were in a good team.
Sure. But never mind, sorry.
Right when Kruger got fired and he kind of came in, they opened up a bit and they got a little bit better and more exciting right away. with Kekalainen, like, or if any sort of move like that, it's kind of strange. They just hired Kekalainen. They're going to fire the GM and elevate him. What is Eric Stahl's role in this? He just got brought in as a helper.
Yeah, right. Like
Kevin Adams.
He's an assistant to the GM, right?
Yeah. As the GM get fired, does Eric Stahl, who just got hired, go with him? Or does he stay while Kevin Adams... I don't know. The infrastructure of it all is a little bit strange. And I was thinking yesterday of how Kevin Adams, in his last press conference, talked about how Eric Stahl just said some, amazing things in the other room. I wish he could tell you what he said. Like, I don't know.
Well, the reason you might do it is if you're off to a terrible start and you are afraid that you're going to lose your top players, that they're going to check out. Not check out in the game, but check out on this.
What are the chances that you make a trade to Jarmo Kekalainen and by the deadline, Rasmus Dahlin is just not like, okay, now I don't want to go?
You might, maybe, but you might be willing to give someone a little bit more time in the day and hang around to see what it looks like if it's a new voice.
Fair. Dahlin is 20.
If it's Adams trying to tell you for like the 6th time that this is why it's going to be different, I could see how any player would go, okay, man, sure. Yep. But if it's a new dude that's telling you, and it doesn't even matter who it is, but if it's anybody new, you're more likely to buy into it actually working out, especially someone that's been a GM in the league before, if that matters.
There's also a difference between Dahlin and Thompson and Tuck. Like,
right, Tuck because he's expiring.
Right, for Tuck, it's like, yeah, good luck. See ya. I'm out of here. Dahlin is 25.
25.
Does he feel like he's wasted his career here? It's
7 years.
Here's a small point to be made about this, and like when McKinnon lit them up the other night. Someone wrote to me, like, it'd be nice to have a superstar like that. And I thought, it would be nice to have a superstar. Do they have a superstar, or do they have a really good player? Like, is Dahlin a superstar? No. Is that
Voigt is superstar?
Is that, I was going to ask, is that only because of the situation?
Like, I think he's one of the 3 best defensemen in the world.
Okay. And
does that make him a superstar?
No.
No?
No.
You got to be the best?
No, a superstar. Yeah, this is a fun question. Like, there's superstar talent, and then there's household name because you're so good. Put it this way: if Dahlin and Makar swapped spots, would their general awareness of them in the league swap as well? Dahlin would be thought of as Makar, and Makar would be thought of as Dahlin.
Dahlin would have a Stanley Cup and probably have won a Norris.
Okay.
So, and would Makar have? Probably not. On this team, probably not.
Right. I'm not. Without laying it at Dahlin's feet,
but that's not saying that he's not that good. That's just saying that that's his environment that is doing that to him.
Right. And if you think that, and if Dahlin thinks that, like, I'm every bit as good, why don't I just not wait around for the world to catch up to me and just go somewhere where it'll work?
Well,
it obviously can't help the Sabres that when players do leave,
I know.
It
works for
instant
everybody.
Superstars.
Right. Reinhardt is on the stage with Crosby and McDavid to open up, like, Canada hockey's Olympic whatever.
Dahlin gets that for Sweden.
Eichel's...
No?
I don't know.
That's right.
Eichel's on the video game cover. Like, I don't know how far you want to go with this, but... Right, like, it doesn't help to when you're fighting against, like, this is why you should stay, and you're looking over there, and everybody that's said, I think I want to be done with this, it's worked for them.
Oh, it's not just worked.
Every single person.
They've ascended to Valhalla.
Right.
Reinhardt's a 50-goal scorer.
And that's why, like, I could see the merit of, like, what would a GM change in the middle of the season do? Like, it could do 2 things. One, I think it could help in that situation with those players. And 2, I don't know, like, I would be hopeful that guy's got some vision for what the team should be, or maybe would be, like, more willing to go do something in the middle of the year. Maybe he's got a couple players on the team that he's not big fans of. Maybe there's a different perspective on it. I think we're missing this. I'm going to go aggressive and go get it. Like, I think it could be really good things.
Let's get Johnny in Buffalo on the Bills before we get to Joe Marino, the Locked On Bills podcast for the L22 review of the Falcons game. Johnny, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Thanks for calling.
Yeah, of course. I call in probably once a week, but I called probably a month ago on a Tuesday and said I just wanted to complain because it was a Tuesday and I was complaining about the Bills not going heavier on offense and in the offseason because all we do is consistently go defense. And it's defensively minded every year, whether it's draft, whether it's free agency. It's just signing after signing of defensive players, and it just doesn't work. Insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results. We do the same thing every year, and we don't get – our defense isn't elite. It hasn't been elite for a long time. If you look at the guys we had out there, I look at Taylor Rapp in pass coverage. The guy's lost. He's late on everything. He can't make a read. I mean, on that Drake London – the first touchdown Drake London has, Teron Johnson's got the outside coverage, and Kyle Pitts is going across the formation, and Taylor Rapp just goes with him, even though Bernard's got him covered and he's got Bishop on the other side. Rapp is 5 seconds too late and just tries to take London's head off when he's already in the goal line, and it's just he's late on everything. He's not there. It's just I don't understand what we're doing as a franchise. We come in and we don't have – it just seems like we're out-coached and out-game planned every single game, whether it's a worse opponent, a better opponent. We got lucky with the Ravens early on. And we've got this alien of a quarterback in Josh Allen who you're going to win 11, 12, 13 games every year no matter who's coaching your team. But every game we're out-coached, we're out-schemed. It just seems like I see every other team having guys run – open on certain routes and scheming guys open and getting guys touches. We're not producing touches for James Cook, like outside of running the ball. Like, why is he not more of a factor in the passing game? We have a lack of talent on this roster. Outside of Josh, Cook, and maybe Oliver, like, what are we doing? We come into this game and Trey White can't even run a simple zone coverage on the third down where he finds himself so far inside when he's just supposed to have outside contain. And Bijan catches the ball. We consistently make these off-season moves where we're bringing in, and I get it. We were excited. Oh, we got Von Miller. He was 33 years old when we brought him in here. Yes, he had flashes of being good until he got injured, but he's an older player. Now we bring in Bosa, who's been okay. He's forced a few fumbles and looked okay against worse competition, but he's not setting the edge on certain times. Rousseau's been a disappointment. And I don't mean to just complain. We're 4-2. I get it. But I see other teams getting better, and especially the Patriots. Around the deadline here, I could see the Patriots going out and getting a guy like A.J. Brown and us sitting here like, oh, now they have A.J. Brown and Stephon Diggs who looks like reinvigorated. I can't do this another year with the same coaching staff. Like, if we don't get the 1 seed this year, I know it's not out of the question. And if we don't get the 1 seed and at least make the Super Bowl, clean house, start over, and do something new because we can't just run it back again and be like, well, next year we'll bring in a veteran receiver who's 30 years old and hope that solves the problem. Let's draft another defensive tackle. I can't do it anymore, Jeremy. I can't.
Thanks, Johnny, for the phone call. We'll get to Joe Marino on the other side. I have written down in my notes, like, to your point about how the season ends and whatever. We're all stuck in this moment right here. If they go out and they beat Carolina by 30, then we feel better. But I am, again, aware enough to say I might be prisoner of the moment right here. But you've never heard me think or say, coach, GM, somebody should be fired. I kind of think if they lose to the Chiefs in the playoffs again and it looks the way that it looks again, that I'll be ready for a change somewhere in the management. One of two. That's like predicting how I'll feel in January. Mm-hmm. And I don't think that I've really ever gotten to that point yet. Now,
5's the charm.
5 might be a fifth loss to the Chiefs in the playoffs.
5th time's the charm?
Yeah, because I would start to feel like they're always a step ahead of you. And again, doesn't have to be true this year, but if it happens again, I think I'll probably be there. 803-0550.
Also, the last
doesn't
time
have to happen.
The last time they've won by 30?
The Bills?
So if they beat Carolina by 30, how many games ago did they win by 30?
They beat Jacksonville 47-17?
Yeah, that's the one. Okay. Week 3 last year.
Okay.
So like 20-something games since they've done that.
You don't have to win by 30. Joe Marino, Locked On Bills podcast. maybe challenging one of the biggest narratives to come out of this game against Atlanta and who the offensive struggles really belong to. Don't miss it. It's next. The stat that Joe has, whether this is a book out on how to beat the Bills or whatever, pressure to sack percentage when blitzed.
Yeah.
Allen was blitzed against Atlanta more than any time in about 4 years. They blitzed the hell out of Allen. And they dared the Bills to beat them on the outside, beat them down the field, and the Bills had nobody that could do it. So is that the kind of thing where the book is out? Maybe, maybe not. Allen usually gets away from that stuff, and that's the number you've got.
Yeah, he has been expert at that this season. It's double what it has been in most of his years. So how often he's taking a sack when he's pressured, when he's being blitzed, which is going to be a lot, right? You're going to be pressured, I think, a lot of times when you're blitzed. And this year he's taking a sack 22.6% of the time in those situations. Last year it was 10.
So
year before that, it was 9.
If you blitz him this year, you're twice as likely to get home.
Yeah.
For a sack, not just like a knockdown or a hit. That's get him on the ground.
Right. In some of these years, he's triple the rate at which he normally is. So, yeah, you're getting him. You're getting him on the ground. He's not getting the ball off. And you're stuck in a second and long. And, I mean, if I were a defense and I were seeing those stats and I were seeing that film, I think I would want to try this. I would want to come after him. And it wouldn't be even about Allen. It's just like it's a dare to the Bills' weapons to get open and get open quick.
It's a dare to the weapons,
or it's a dare to go ahead, take your. Because what's Allen going to start doing if nobody's open? He's going to throw those back shoulder plays to Keon Coleman. And if I'm a defense, give me those every play of the game if you want.
I was going to say it's also a dare to the coordinator to have an answer.
Right. That's
have an answer. And how much should I?
Well, that might be why they run so many screens, isn't it? Like.
To try and alleviate that pressure?
Yeah, if you blitz and you got a nice screen called in time for that, I mean, that could be a huge play.
Right.
In
Doesn't
your
have to be even timed perfectly. You're kind of talking teams out of the blitz.
Right.
Do I make a connection to their season ended last year on an all-out blitz? Like, that's how it ended.
Yeah.
And now I've got teams blitzing him and getting him to the ground more. So, Lindy, it's interesting. I thought it was interesting that Tage Thompson said that you can't let 3 losses be the end of the world. He kind of answered questions about the past, about the context of what goes on with the Sabres when a slow start happens. I thought it was interesting. He didn't want to talk about the past, and I think also defendable. How about you for this? Like, how much of a conversation is it or a struggle is it to make sure that a 3-game losing streak to start the season doesn't become more than that, even though for a lot of fans it feels like more than that?
Well, for sure. From the outside, I totally understand the feeling. It's not the start we wanted. We can't do anything about the past. It's improving what lays ahead. We spent yesterday lengthy meeting on the areas where we can play faster. We can create more. We need more out of more people. When you're looking at a lineup that you're missing key personnel, there's areas of the game that I think we can play a lot faster. We can create more pressure. We can out-support the other team. And I thought we got closer to that last game. We failed on the side of creating enough offense to win a hockey game.
Heading into the bye week, then it's Bills-Panthers. The Bills with a couple injuries going into the week, of course, and two of them are week-to-week. Daquan Jones and Josh Palmer, both of which were injured on Monday. Jones before the game with a calf injury, Palmer during the game with an ankle injury. Couple of players that are listed as day-to-day, including Dalton Kincaid, Matt Milano. Kincaid dealing with an oblique injury. Terrell Bernard also day-to-day, so is Curtis Samuel. Max Hairston, a possibility to come off of IR after the bye week. That according to Sean McDermott. Sal's got all the details at WGR550.com. Sabres play tonight, 7 o'clock against Ottawa. Brady Tkachuk out for the Senators. He'll miss about 4 weeks with an injury. And the Dodgers win over the Brewers to take a 2-0 series lead, 5-1 last night. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Again, I don't see it as cute stuff. I see it as plays that, like I said, we've given a lot of sweeps to Elijah Moore this year, and they've been good for us. But there's timing in the situations with it. We came out of last year, and we did a lot of just QB sneaks and teams packing it up in there, and we knew that was going to have to be another element to our short yardage, was being able to get the ball out on the perimeters.
Joe Brady defending the decision to hand the ball to Elijah Moore. So they've got him on a few sweeps this year. He's got 5 carries, 25 yards, and a touchdown. Moore does this year. Joe Marino joining us on the Wester Hotline to chat about the Bills-Falcons game, the All-22, the bye week, and all that comes with it. Joe, good morning. Jeremy and Joe, how are you today, Joe?
Hey, good morning, guys. I'm doing well, and I certainly hope that you are.
We are. We'll get to a lot of stuff today. We'll get to some stuff on the defense and the trade deadline and what's going on there. But I think, after watching your All-22 review of this game, you've got a little bit of a different story to paint than maybe just the 30,000-foot view of no one's getting open. That this game and this offensive struggle lays primarily, maybe that's my word, maybe not yours, with the coordinator and the quarterback.
Yeah, I'm pretty disappointed in Joe Brady's plan for this game. It was pretty widely understood that Atlanta had the highest blitz rate in the league going into this game, and they blitzed like crazy. They blitzed on 60% of Josh Allen's dropbacks, and it didn't look like an offense that was ready to handle the blitz. And I think you could point to some protection breakdowns where Atlanta got them on some load pressures, and you got some issues with Josh Allen's eyes and not being in the right place. I think you have an issue with answers not being available. And when I think you have that many layers to the issue, you go back to your coordinator and realize that he just didn't have the right stuff for this game. And then within that, the sequencing of the play calls and what he was trying to accomplish just didn't measure up with what Atlanta was presenting. And so it's a pretty frustrating situation. There's, it's never one thing in football, but I put most of my blame here on Joe Brady, just not having the right stuff for his offense going into this game, and certainly not pulling the right strings during it.
What did you think was missing? Like, what should they have been doing more of, you think, that would have been more impactful?
Well, I think it comes back to just a readiness for the style of defense that Atlanta was going to play. And I think they're a blitz aggressive defense that has a lot of speed, but they're small. They're a very small defense, maybe the smallest defense in the league. And the Bills in the second half, they got into some gap runs. And gap runs, that just means that you're running to a specific gap, and the blocking structure is designed to create displacement and move bodies out of the way. Where a zone run, you're going to block to a zone, and you're relying on angles and the running back to make the decisions. Gap runs is about getting downhill and moving bodies out of the way. And the Bills were able to do that at a high level. In fact, in the game, they ran the ball, or James ran it 17 times. 14 were gap runs out of the 17. And the Bills, in terms of yards before contact, second best in the league this past week. And they just didn't have enough of a commitment to it. And you saw both touchdown drives really be influenced because of that rushing style. I know that the first touchdown drive was really about the bomb to Palmer and then a great throw to Dawson Knox. But the structure of the run scheme where they're in 22 personnel, 2 backs, 2 tight ends on that first play with 1 receiver being Palmer, and you show them that this is coming, and I'm sure Atlanta was pretty concerned about that, being able to stop that. And you get a one-on-one, and Palmer runs a great route, and Josh launches a bomb down the field, you eventually score a touchdown. But that Ray Davis touchdown was they ran gap schemes all the way down the field and got to the pretty close to the red zone there, maybe just inside, and they run play action and Reggie Gilliam's play side, and they wham him across the formation, and the linebacker goes with him, and it opens this edge for Ray Davis. You dump it to him, he scores a touchdown. That had to be the foundation of everything you did in the game. And when it was, you scored. And when it wasn't, you didn't. And obviously, you're without Kincaid, you're without Palmer pretty quick. I think in a game like this, Curtis Samuel probably matters. And to not lean into the best opportunity that you had to attack this defense, to me, is really goofy by this offensive coordinator.
Joe, do you think, sometimes for fans watching a game, like anybody out there, cute is a play? What you're talking about here, do you feel like the entire game plan got cute instead of just doing the thing you should have done?
Yeah, I do. I do think that. And, not only not coming in with, I think, the right ideas to beat this defense, but then within the game, falling in love with some stuff that just didn't make any sense to me. You should never be in love with isolated routes in man coverage with Keon Coleman against A.J. Terrell. That's a mismatch for Atlanta. The favor is Atlanta. That's a good man coverage corner. That's not a good man coverage separator at receiver. Why are you in love with those isolated opportunities? They're wasted downs. I mean, the Elijah Moore play, it's well documented. Sean McDermott was very direct about how silly that play was. And look, I think we wanted counters from the tush push, and that was, right? They have Reggie Gilliam right there behind Josh Allen. It looks like a tush push, and they attack the edge on the handoff, and maybe it was blocked well. But the point is, you're just not repped enough handing the ball to Elijah Moore in a game situation, or Dawson Knox, right? So you see this fail 2 weeks in a row really give you a game-changing play for the other team because you had an unforced error. And ultimately, James Cook, just run the ball with James Cook and live with it, right? You got this physical offensive line that's big against a small front and a great running back. Live with that. Don't live with handing the ball to Elijah Moore and relying on perimeter blockers to get it done when you have that offensive line and that running back.
Are we – I kind of joked about this earlier with Joe. Are we starting to watch the death of everybody eats? Because it feels like the last couple weeks it's been a lot of more Cook, more Kincaid, stop messing around. These are your best players. Maybe more Shakir as well. You're always going to diversify. You're not feeding a true number one, but this idea that everybody's got to be involved's got to go.
Well, I think there's so many layers to that. I think you want to get the ball to your best players, right? I think anybody can watch the Bills and realize that their best players are Cook, Shakir, Kincaid, right? Those are the best 4 playmakers you have. And then I really like Palmer, and I thought it was going to be a big Palmer game and got hurt on his second catch. Coleman's going to me, always be a very specific type player. So, yeah, you should prioritize getting the ball to those players. And then everyone else is going to be, ancillary, and you factor them in to an extent. But I think ultimately this offense and why it would be successful throwing the football, well, of course it's Josh Allen, but from a structure perspective, it's really about how the scheme creates opportunities, right? And the Bills do not have great separators. Nobody's going to argue that they have great separators, but that doesn't mean that not anybody's open on a play, right? That's, to me, a very false narrative coming out of this game, and I have put together plenty of film that will prove that I'm right about that. But when you have your best separators weren't available, Kincaid and Palmer are your best separators, and you didn't have them in this game. So you're not going to go route up anybody, right, with that group of players. But the scheme, right, based on route concepts and the quarterback's eyes being in the right place, it will get people open, and then you just have to make the right decision and throw the football. And so because of that, I think it leads to kind of necessitating some everybody eats because you are relying on the concept more than you are the player,
Gotcha.
Especially when you're down your best separators from a route running perspective. So it's some structural stuff that I think feeds into everybody eats more than anything.
Okay. Joe Marino joining us of the Locked On Bills podcast. Joe, I want to read you something that our buddy Benjamin Solak tweeted yesterday. I know you have a lot of respect for what he does and have worked with him before. He wrote yesterday that regarding the Bills, watching their film, that the Bills defense, the Bills should be pursuing a safety deadline trade more aggressively than any deadline buyer of any position of the last few seasons. Would you agree? How bad is it?
Yeah, I think it's hard to win right now with Taylor Rapp and the way that he's playing. And then you have a high variance player in Bishop, where, he's going to make some plays. He's going to make some mistakes, which I think is to be expected. But you were supposed to have stable play from Taylor Rapp, and you just don't. Whether that's coverage or fitting the run or tackling, it's just not there. And so, yes, I am eager and hopeful to see something like that happen. I don't think it will. I don't think that the Bills are going to trade for a safety and start him. I think it's too much of a trust position, whether you like it or not. Like, I'm not saying that I agree with it. I'm just telling you what I think the team's mindset is. I think it's too much of a trust position, and they're not going to trade for somebody in the middle of the season and put them in there to start. So I think your hope there is that they believe that Jordan Poyer can help this defense. And, I think that says a lot, because I don't think much of that idea either. But you watch Taylor Rapp play, and it's very difficult to reconcile the playing time that he has. So I agree that you need upgrades at safety. I don't think they're coming. And I think more than anything, what you have to do is get away from some of your coverage philosophies. This team is really getting gashed with spot drop zone coverage. And so, it's kind of like playing a video game where, everyone's played Madden. And so you pick up coverage and you see the little areas that each player is supposed to get to, and that's what they do. They don't adjust, right? So they're very just hyper-focused on getting to landmarks. And that's not playing with vision. That's not playing with feel. You have to be willing to squeeze and tighten and drive on routes, and they're just getting to landmarks. And it's creating free access all over the field. And so you're watching this Bills defense, particularly early in the game, and they got away from this in the second half. That's why they were way better in the second half. You're watching this Bills defense, and whether it's Atlanta or other times throughout the year, and you're like, everyone's open. Everybody's wide open. And then it brings up questions about, well, why can't the Bills get these players wide open? Well, that's because they're not facing spot drop zone coverage. They're facing man coverage. And the spot drop zone is just leading to free access all over the field because they're not adjusting from their landmarks. They're not driving out routes. They're not together. And so, yeah, well, get better safeties, right? Sure. But ultimately, I think it's a philosophy that's flawed that I think is killing this team. And so, yes, I want better safeties, but I think they have to get away from this spot drop zone coverage because it's just creating free access, and they're getting gashed.
Trickle-down effect there. Like, should we be talking changes at linebacker as well? I mean, the Bills have a bye week, so if you want to talk about the biggest changes you can think of that you can muster mid-season, should there be a change at linebacker?
Well, I think Shaq Thompson's clearly been the Bills' best linebacker this year. So I think whatever means he's on the field, I think you have to be there. I'm really disappointed with Terrell Bernard. He's always going to have limitations as a downhill player. Those have been as advertised. He's the reason the Bills gave up an 81-yard touchdown to Bijan Robinson. He's the A-gap defender, and he took on the block with the poor fundamentals, was slow to read, and was out of his gap, and the Bills got creased. But more than anything, the redeeming part of Terrell Bernard is supposed to be the coverage, and he doesn't have it this year. He's not playing with good feel or vision. He's spot dropping and just getting the spots and overrunning. Like he's spot dropping so bad that he's like continuing to get to his landmarks while allowing a guy to uncover behind him or next to him. It's just there's no feel. And so I don't know. I don't think the Bills are going to do anything there. It's their team captain. They love Terrell Bernard. So I'm not anticipating that, but I think the thing that I'm looking for is as much to Shaq Thompson as we can get, I think, is probably what's the most helpful at linebacker.
Yeah. Do you think Thompson at middle linebacker and Bernard moving to the will is too much of a lift middle of the season to keep Bernard on the field but put him somewhere else?
That's an attractive idea for me, Joe. I'm into that for sure. And I think that's a really good idea. Like if you want to preserve your commitment to Terrell Bernard, I think that he's optimized way more as the weak side player than the Mike. But I don't know if the Bills agree with me on that.
Joe, I think if we're looking big picture, your tone, one of our questions we're asking today is hey, they lose games, back-to-back games. Yeah. It happens, blip on the radar, they kind of rally. Without talking about, are they still going to win the division? Sure, maybe. They'll probably be good. They'll win a bunch of games. But would you say your concern with their build right now for a Super Bowl caliber team, is more shaken this year than maybe previous years?
Yeah, I think so. I think some of that's eased by looking across the league and being keenly aware of all the problems that exist. You know, who you want to bring up? We'll get into their problems too, and I could sell you on them being a team that can't do it, right? But yeah, I do have concerns about what this team has in terms of getting out of their annual lull, right? It's just really true. The Bills have an annual lull. Here it is. How do they get out of it? They always get out of it, right? Can they do it this year? Well, I think my concerns are way more rooted in just like architecturally what you are. Not as much on offense. I think there's a good path forward there. I think they have answers there. But here's what I'll say, and Jeremy, I hope that we will have this conversation. I'm sure we will, because I know that you're a little more interested in upgrades in the secondary.
Yeah,
and I think I'm more interested in the upgrades at receiver.
All right,
and this is going to be a big surprise, maybe, I don't know. But I
don't think you'll have to talk to him into it too
you definitely
much.
don't have to talk me into it. I mean, I could certainly get there. Is it because, I mean, the main root of it for me is always I want to lean into the path that I'm going to win games, and with this defense structurally, I might have to score 41 a game, so I got to find a way to do that.
Yes, I think you're on to mostly what I'm thinking, but ultimately what it comes down to is I think this defense is completely game script dependent. And Sean McDermott says it all the time. The Falcons or whatever team is allowed to be two-dimensional, right? Well, how do you get them one-dimensional? You have more points and you have them chasing it. And I'm not saying defense. I am not saying that. But I think because of the structure of defense that you have and the personnel that you have defensively, your best way to get your defense in good situations is to be able to score a lot of points because they are game script dependent. If not, you're going to be in neutral game scripts, and when that's the case, your run defense is a problem, right? Like it's the issues there are very deep, and you're playing this coverage, where you're pretty soft, and you need that margin for error. You need to create urgency for that other team to the point where they're scared of being able to keep up with Josh Allen. And boy, that was my whole narrative. I feel silly for my analysis the last 2 weeks because I think it's really the Bills just didn't align with it. It's like, I don't think Drake May can outscore Josh Allen for 60 minutes if the Bills play offense like this. Same thing with Michael Penix. 24 points should not be enough to beat the Bills. They scored 14.
Yeah.
I think because of the way you play defense, your best opportunity is to control game scripts, and I think that starts with scoring points. And I think they need too much on defense
to
fix it with one move. So I don't know. I'm more in on the receiver piece, to be honest with you.
I mean, I love what I'm hearing. There's one more follow-up to that. Can they, if they do that, should they also flip the idea that they want to play low-event football, right? They want to be ball control. They want to bleed clock. They want there to be fewer possessions to protect this game script defense. Should they ditch that, and should it just be, all gas, no brakes?
Oh, man.
How about more gas? Right. More gas, maybe?
Well, I think you probably need a little bit more gas.
Yeah.
I think it's funny we talk about low event, right? That's the hockey phrase.
Yeah. Yeah, low event.
I said that a few years ago, and it wrecked my world. I've been thinking about it ever since, and you just brought it up, and my head's spinning. It's funny you talk about low event football, and really that's to mitigate another team, right? Like they have a superstar quarterback, you want them on the sideline. The Bills have to play low event defense or low event offense to protect their defense, right?
Yeah,
You can't put them right back out there all the time. So I have concerns about that as well, but. If that leads to more mistakes, I think that's what they need. They need offenses to make more mistakes. How do you get that to happen?
Yeah.
I think you got to put pressure on them.
Joe Marino. Hit that horn, baby. I heard it.
Listen.
Thanks, Joe.
Listen. All right, guys.
Thanks, Joe.
You.
Joe Marino. We'll talk a little more today. We got our Bill Squad show coming up today.
I believe he just stole your train.
Listen.
You got off the train to go get lunch, and Joe hopped in the conductor's seat, and it's driving away.
Listen, if you want to know what happens is I sit in the front seat of that train shouting safety out the window. There's
no safety train.
As the train thunders on. What about safety?
It's like a safety sidecar.
I don't know what they're going to do. Whatever. Oh, we're very late.
Yeah, we got
always a great conversation with Joe, though. But, the warts this year look bigger. They've got more work to do to pull out of their lull. Let's see what Howard thinks, top of the hour. He's going to pick the Bills. We'll see if he's measured and calm. Like Howard always is. He's always very measured and calm. He's going to pick the Bills. It's coming up here on WGR. One that jumps out at me the most was from Benjamin Solak. I actually sent this to you. Do you remember what it said?
It's no, but you sent it to me, right?
All right. I did send it to you.
What was it? There were so many things that were said yesterday.
There's a lot said about the Bills yesterday. It happened right as our show ended. He sent this out about the Bills, and it just resonated with me. This was so it was not the one about the
yes, this one.
Not the one about the Blitz. It's the one where he's talking about watching the Bills on tape.
Yeah.
And he said that watching the tape on the Bills, they need to make a trade for a safety more than any team has ever needed to trade for anything ever.
Yeah. Buffalo should be pursuing a safety deadline trade more aggressively than any deadline buyer of any position of the last few seasons.
There you go.
That is jarring.
Yeah.
That is strong.
Yes. Buffalo needs to address a safety position, trade for a safety more than any team at any position in a few seasons. I saw that and thought, well, all right. That's not just, wow, things don't seem to be going right in the secondary. That's, oh, no, it's not going to get better.
Yeah.
And no one has needed to make a move at any position anywhere more than this team on that spot right there, and it's got to be Taylor Rapp.
Right, it's an emergency.
It's for Taylor Rapp.
Yeah.
Because you have a 5-alarm fire, I think, with Taylor Rapp. I don't know if he followed up and said which one, but I think it's got to be Taylor Rapp.
I mean, he might mean both.
He might mean both.
Or maybe they're just together. It's so bad that maybe if you stick somebody half good in Rapp's spot, that Bishop will give you better results. I mean, maybe that's the formula. I don't know.
Yeah, a lot of yesterday was about receiver, and I listened to the show with the Bulldog, and a lot about receiver and people shouting about the GM and what happened in April and all that. And of course, how I feel about that position, but I am with Benjamin Solak. I'm sitting here thinking, if they don't make a trade in the secondary, I don't know what to do. They have 2 weeks, basically, 3 weeks to get something done in that department, and they have to do it. I would have thought corner, and here's safety as maybe a higher priority.
It's 2 goals in the 3 games, Lindy. That was, you had some question about that before the season. You would get questions about offense and Josh Norris being out. Do you feel like best players are playing up to their standard, or even beyond that? That maybe do you feel like you have enough best players to score goals at the level you need to?
I think we do. I think and I was asked this the other night. Your best players have to be your best players. Your best players are the ones that, through a season, that will win you hockey games. If you look at that connection on our top line, which last year was basically Benson, Kalik, and Thompson, the number of opportunities they created inside of the game. Tomer's points per game were, I think, 1.18 playing with those guys. When you roll out your top players have to be the guys that produce for you. They have to be 90% of the times your top guys when it comes to defending against other teams' top players. I look at we have plenty of guys that can produce, and part of it has to come from them. Part of that is the structure of playing faster, creating more tenacity. Like I said, I thought we got closer to it. We talked a lot about we have to be a better defensive team. Defensively, we're answering the bell. Offensively, right now, I don't want to hear about guys that are out of the lineup. I think you let in with Brady Tkachuk is going to be out of the lineup for 4 weeks. You can't spend any time in that. We can't spend any time when Josh Norris being out of the lineup. We need more out of the guys that are in the lineup. When the guys in the lineup get their chance, and usually a chance comes when somebody gets injured, you step up in the lineup
It's the chance you've been waiting for. We need guys to grab a hold of that and take it right now.
Get 0% financing on virtually every new Kia during the Kia Fall Savings Event at Northtown Kia.
All right, we're late. We're very late. Howard's here, of course.
Or are we early?
Of course,
for the 9
that
o'clock
happens.
segment.
That's a good question. Now Howard's here and he made us late. What are we gonna do? You know, management calls and has a problem. Like it was Howard. It was Howard again.
Right now.
It was Howard again. He's gonna pick the Bills when we get back. Maybe he's got a good rant. Get his panic meter, everything. I bet he was freaking out on Monday Night Football after during the loss to the Falcons. So Howard's going to pick the Bills. We'll get some of your calls in as well. Jimmy, Connecticut, hang on. How about Joe Marino jumping on the trade for a receiver train? Let's go. Going to hear a lot of that horn in the next 2 weeks. So steel yourselves, everybody. Jeremy and Joe, Howard picks the Bills next. Jeremy White here. Did you know? The red flags on Bernard, as you bring up Bernard, to me are pretty big. Like I don't know what's going to happen there. He did not get big money.
No, he didn't.
And could they have had visions of, in time, moving him?
Isn't it mostly going to depend who the guy they end up bringing in to replace Milano is, and whether that's a Mike linebacker or a Will linebacker? Or will they actively say, we got to get Bernard over to the Will? Because I don't know that they're going to be aggressive to do that.
I think they might have to do that. There are going to be matchups they have to do that. I mean, Bernard, it's not even a strength of his game, and this weakness in his game, it appears to be, getting worse. They're giving up huge plays in the run game. Play a team that can run the ball reasonably well, and that guy's going to get into the second level where your safety is going to take a bad angle too.
I agree with that. Would they not be as worried about that because they think he's a better fit at that position to play against the Chiefs? Because I'm not worried about that against Kansas City, am I?
No, that's right.
This is a little bit of...
You're probably not worried about Isaiah Pacheco running downhill against you.
This is a little bit of the Bills in the past built their defense to stop the pass and maybe be like Taron Johnson saying once upon a time, we're okay. We're okay if you run it on us.
The biggest problem there is they
play some other teams that probably are going to be able to run it.
Not just that. They used to invite the pass because they could stop it.
That's true.
And they can't.
But
they're terrible against the pass.
That's right. I guess I'm just saying, like, Bernard, that weakness of his game, I wonder, it could be a huge problem when you play Baltimore again. Although they were able to, I guess, overcome that in the playoffs last year somewhat because Henry wasn't the one who beat him. But if we're worried about a Chiefs matchup again, like, that's not the thing I'm worried about with them at all.
No.
In fact, you might say Bernard and Milano or whatever. Like, I saw on Sunday against Atlanta, Monday, who was a team that can run it and has the best running back in the league. Like, I thought they looked better with Shaq Thompson and Dorian Williams out there. I really did. And that's probably because Thompson is a bigger, more physical linebacker than Bernard is. Bills have a couple injuries going into the bye week. Both Josh Palmer and Daquan Jones are considered week to week. Sean McDermott saying that Dalton Kincaid, Terrell Bernard, Matt Milano are all considered day to day. Max Hairston has a chance to have his window opened from IR after the bye. Sabres play tonight against the Ottawa Senators. We'll have pregame starting at 6 here on WGR. And the Dodgers win over the Brewers, 5-1, take a 2-0 series lead in the NLCS. Sports Talk on WGR presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday, all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
I watch Buffalo after watching Kansas City the last couple of weeks. Buffalo's not competing with Kansas City. Detroit is a really good football team up and down the field. Buffalo's not stopping that. I mean, just turn the sound down and watch Buffalo. Take out Josh Allen. There's not enough weapons, and now they're losing to good teams. New England's a good team. New England feels like a playoff team. Atlanta may not be a playoff team. Almost had 500 yards. These windows, there was about a 2 or 3 year window with Buffalo. Maybe it's closed.
Colin Cowherd. He mentioned the Chiefs and Lions game, which Howard Simon's here. Good morning, everybody. It's a Wednesday, beautiful fall day. Welcome in. How are you? Did you watch the
Doing well, thanks.
Yeah. Did you watch the Sunday night game between the Lions and the Chiefs?
Some of it.
Okay.
Did
you watch the first half?
I did watch some of the first half, yes.
The first half is key because I came in the next morning talking to Joe about this, and I said, it's funny because sometimes we can get fooled into the score tells you that it's a good defense or an offensive play.
Yeah, it was like 10-6.
It was 13-10 at halftime.
Yeah.
And they had only punted, each team, they only punted the ball one time.
Mm-hmm.
It was 71 yards to the 1 yard line, 2 penalties, field goal. 70 yards touchdown, 70 yards touchdown, 50 yards turnover on downs. I'm like, it's 13-10, and if you weren't watching this game, you'd think these teams are playing defense, and they are not touching defense.
Right.
High-level offense, efficient up and down the field. And those are the teams the Bills are going to have to play and beat. They might have to beat both Kansas City and Detroit if they're going to win the Super Bowl. And I don't like their chances in either one of those games right now.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. It's, I bet your shows have been fun.
I mean,
yeah, fun.
You know, driving.
One way to put it.
I'm over here driving the safety scooter. The safety
there
scooter.
It is. The safety scooter.
I like that.
From the makers of the wide receiver train, and don't forget the big man barge. We had a big man barge on the defensive line. We did that.
You did, huh?
Yeah, we did.
Yeah,
now we're on the
safety
safety scooter.
Safety scooter is smaller than a train.
The safety streetcar. It's
kind of like scooter.
It's kind of like a train. Safety streetcar.
I do like scooter.
Whatever.
I like alliteration.
That's what they pay me for.
How are we feeling? What's the general mood?
The general mood is
Sky's falling?
They go through this every year.
They do.
But I do think that more fans, right or wrong, more fans feel this is bit more of a more troubling lull than previous years.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. We had this discussion on the TV show last night, and historically in the Sean McDermott era, even if you just want to go back to 2019, when basically the Josh Allen era truly began, they have a number of times been good before the bye and better after the bye. So that we have seen this before, and we have seen them be a game over 500, 2 games over 500. One year they were 6-6 after the overtime loss in Philly, and then they get their act together. They go on a winning streak. The offense looks good, and they go in the playoffs, and we know what happens there. So I'm not necessarily panicking, but I think this roster is different, and that's what bothers me.
I'm glad you bring up the overtime loss in Philly because there's a couple examples where they lose the back-to-back games. They lose to the New England in the Wind game, and then is that the same year as Tampa?
I was wondering, the year they lost in overtime to Tampa, they came back, forced overtime, and lost?
The year they lost to Tampa in overtime was their second straight loss, and yet after that game we thought, they're back.
But they came together after that.
They came together because they looked good and lost in overtime.
Defeat, right.
And the Eagles game was the same.
They should have won the game.
Yeah, the Eagles game was
screwed.
up and down the field. The offense looks fine. Oh, it got goofy. Gabe ran the wrong route. They
Officials
lost.
were bad.
Yeah. You would have these. We used to remember losses as goofy losses. Oh, they lost to the Vikings in a weird game where
oh my god, the fourth down throw.
They fumbled into their own end zone on the final play. All right, they're probably fine. That's not this.
That's why this is different. That's right. And I'm trying not to overreact. I don't want I was as we all were. I'm angry Monday night. I mean, I'm just yelling at the screen. I don't really need to go back and rehash different things, but. Like the 3rd and 1, for example. Yeah. McDermott punts near midfield on a 4th and 3.
McDermott was rough with the punts.
Yeah, I did not like a lot of things about the game Monday night, but I'm trying not to go and have my anger cloud my judgment. But here's the problem. Multiple problems. Passing game's not good. The last 2 games, did you ever think you would actually say, teams are loading the box to stop James Cook and letting the Bills try and beat them with the passing game, and they can't do it? Did you ever think we would say that about this team? But that's the last 2 games. They're not good enough to beat teams when they're trying to say, go ahead, beat us with the passing game.
Yep.
And they've scored 34 points in 2 games, the last 2 games. So that bothers me. I know you guys have had the receiver discussion. I never, ever, ever want to hear the phrase everybody eats ever again. Everyone eats, everybody. I never want to hear it. I really don't care. Because guess what? The last 2 games, Bills' opponents had a guy who went to the Thanksgiving table and ate everything by himself. Trevon Diggs and Drake London. I don't need everybody to eat. I need a guy who's a receiver that will scare the living you-know-what out of the opposing defensive coordinator and make them change their game plan just to try and stop that one guy. He used to be here. His name was Diggs. They don't have that guy. And the other night in the second half, when the defense is actually getting stops and you blocked a field goal in 3 different drives, you turned it over on downs, and you had back-to-back 3-and-outs. And the targets on the field in the passing game are Jackson Hawes, Dawson Knox, Khalil Shakir, Elijah Moore, Tyrell Shavers, and Keon Coleman. Who the heck scares you? Where are you? If you're Josh Allen, who's making a big play? Who's your go-to guy at that point? I mean, there is nobody on this roster. That has to change. This team's not going to get to the Super Bowl on its defense. This team's, if they get to the Super Bowl, they're going to do it on their offense. You cannot shortchange the offense of the Buffalo Bills, and it's too easy to stop the passing game. Actually, it's now becoming easier to stop James Cook because you don't have to worry about the passing game. They have to get a wide receiver.
Million stats. Here's one I just found, and I bet this is very different from the other 2-game lulls. If you want to go check this, you can. Do you know how much time they have led in the last 2 games?
I do not.
Not much.
2 minutes and 47 seconds.
Oof.
They never led against Atlanta.
Right.
New England
and against New England, they took a 10-6 lead, and the next drive, New England scored.
Oof.
They have had the lead. The offense has not had the lead in the ball in 2 straight games. Like, that's different.
Yeah.
That's jarring. What? You played 120 minutes of football and led for 2?
Yeah.
That does not happen to this team.
Well, and like
your
I
offense
said,
is not setting the pace of the game.
Right.
Exactly.
At the beginning.
And to the point about the lull, and Bills fans are hey, guys, we've gone down this road before. But again, look at the roster. Look specifically at the offense. Look specifically at the weapons in the passing game. And tell me if you're confident they will have a self-scout and a bye week and be able to come out looking like a much better offense. I just don't know that they have the personnel in the passing game to do that right now.
And their defense is probably more than one person away.
The defense is multiple guys.
The good news is they're getting at least 2, maybe a third if Harrison's back, but McDermott, again, said manage expectations.
And maybe Milano comes back out of the bye. He's day-to-day. You get the 2 guys off suspension. But
if Milano comes back, I want to talk about Shaq Thompson at middle linebacker.
Well,
I think it
Milano
might be a
can't
better
stay
idea.
on the field, right? The pass rush does need to be better. Maybe the guys coming out of the suspension will help that. You still have a question at cornerback, too, and you still have big problems at safety, both safety spots. I don't know how you fix all that right away.
803-0550. One other thing I wanted to get to, I forget what it is. We'll just get to pick the Bills. You want to pick the Bills? You ready?
The EPA stat.
Okay. Yeah, I've got
trivia,
that. I've got the EPA stat, which is this: that of all the teams in the NFL, somebody sent this to me yesterday. Just every single team, what they're getting from their run game, their pass game, their run defense, pass defense, and built into this is the Bills get more out of the EPA out of their run game than any team in football. And you can't be great at everything. You can't have – it's almost impossible to have the best run game and the best pass game. If your run game is so good, you don't pass it that much. Anyway, that's a little context. So what this is cumulative EPA, expected points added, from your passing offense and where the Bills rank. And I'm going to give you the 2 teams that are closest to the Bills in terms of how much their passing game has added to their expected points added. The Dolphins and the Broncos.
Brutal.
The Bills' passing game is on par with the Dolphins and the Broncos.
Broncos
in
can't throw the ball this
cumulative
year.
EPA. The teams ahead of the Bills: Cowboys, Lions, Packers, Colts, Chiefs, Rams, Patriots are number 1. Nope, sorry, Seattle's number 1. Patriots, Seattle, San Francisco, Tampa.
That's more than is that half the league?
It's about half the league.
Man.
And the Bills are right there with, but again, they're number 1 in running the ball. And that's probably the source. Let me toss a note to the Bills and their design. That's probably a small source of the frustration. Is if you want to run and be a great run team, fine. I get that. I support that. It can't happen, though, that when you can't run it, you can't pass it either.
And that's
with
the last
Josh
2
Allen.
games.
We should never see a Bills team that can't throw the ball. And you can't also be one injury away at receiver from being unable to throw the ball. I know Kincaid matters and think of him like a receiver, but Dawson Knox is a fine tight end that can do a lot of things in the passing game.
Right.
He was fine before they drafted Kincaid. Anyway, all right, let's just pick the Bills. We're all just ranting and raving now. It's, pick the Bills.
A tradition unlike any other.
Your pitching blows.
It's time for Howard to pick the Bills.
maybe a little nervous, especially in light of our discussions on the Bills defense, but I'll take the Bills to win.
Flag on the play. Handoff goes to Robinson. He fumbles the ball, and the Bills hop on it. It's a turnover on the first play from scrimmage.
Offside. Defense number 50. Lined up in the neutral zone.
Back to pass. Thinks about running. Now doubles back to his left. Looking for a receiver in the end zone. Flings it. It's tipped at the line of scrimmage, and it's intercepted. Intercepted by D'Angelo Malone, the linebacker. And if that's not a microcosm of how the ball is bounced tonight, I don't know what is.
On WGR Sports Radio 550.
You're blocking your camera, Howard. People can't see your face.
I did that by design. I don't want them to see my face. They shouldn't have to look at this face at this time.
I know.
By the way, line up onside. There's the ball. Don't be offside.
Yeah, it's too bad because
and they get a touchdown on that drive.
That play was going to be in Dorian Williams' Hall of Fame montage. Sorry, that's a callback to when Mahomes was mad about Kelsey. Remember that?
Yep.
Oh,
remember
man.
that? Remember that?
All right. You ready?
Pick the Bills. Bye week. That's good. That's good.
Should we McDermott's unbeaten coming out of the bye.
All right. Bills Panthers.
Have you seen Panthers running game last couple games?
The Panthers
looks good.
They beat the team the Bills just lost to by 30.
Rico Dowdle
He has been just out of his gourd the last 2 games. Granted, one was against Dallas, and their defense couldn't stop the 3 of us.
Well, and the other was Miami.
I know, and the Bills' defense can't stop the 4 of us. Yeah, okay.
But he's 5th in the league in rushing, and he's only started 2 games.
Hot take. It's because he's wearing number 5, which is a good running back
Way better.
number.
Yeah.
It's a good number.
That's definitely
it's a
right.
really good
when
number.
He wore like 22 in Dallas, or 20 in Dallas.
Not good.
Any chance there could be a uniform change before the Bills game then?
Go back to 22?
Yes.
Let's hope. Bills Panthers.
I will take with a little trepidation.
I was going to say, you're so nervous.
Well, I'm nervous about him running. He's had, what do you have, over 200 scrimmage yards the other day?
Yeah, he's been a monster.
games.
But I don't think Bryce Young is good. So I'm going to take the Bills.
Bills win. Kansas City.
You know, I've been picking the Bills to win this game. I think every time we've done this, I'm going to switch it over to a loss.
Right.
Because I think as they get their receiver group together, and in light of the fact the Bills' defense is very much still a work in progress, and I'm not entirely confident the Bills could win a 35-31 game. If it's a shootout, I'm going to flip it over to Kansas City.
Palmer is week to week. If he's unavailable, your outside receivers against the Chiefs are going to be Keon Coleman and Tyrell Shavers.
Yeah, so there goes any possible vertical game.
And think of how limiting that is.
Well, I was thinking about Steve Spagnuolo, who does a really good job as a defensive coordinator. Although Josh, in the regular season, actually no, even in the playoffs, the Bills do well against Kansas City's defense. But I just think right now with this personnel group, it would be too easy to shut down.
I think the defense, if they force 2 punts, I'll be happy.
Oh,
I just think they're in real trouble in that matchup.
That really is an ugly matchup.
So you're taking the Chiefs.
Yes.
Bills at Dolphins.
I'll take the Bills please don't lose to Miami.
Okay.
I mean, you want to talk about low points.
Bucks at Bills. We'll see what receivers Baker has back by then, because Emeka Egbuka is going to miss some time with a hamstring injury.
Any chance they'd be willing to trade him to the Bills?
I mean, they've got like 6 good receivers at this point. Everybody that's playing.
They took a first-round receiver.
When they definitely didn't need one.
No.
And they just did it anyway.
Of course.
Yeah.
I'll take Tampa.
Yeah. Baker v. Josh. Next up, after Tampa, it's a game at Houston at 8:15.
Yeah, I go back and forth on this one, and I'm not as worried about Houston as I was when the season began. I'm going to put a little bit of throw that Baltimore game out because the Ravens are just a train wreck and have no healthy bodies on defense in that game. I'll take the Bills to beat the Texans.
Bills beat the Texans. Bills at Steelers.
Unless the Bills lose to Carolina, Kansas City, Miami, Tampa, and Houston, I just can't pick them to lose to Pittsburgh. I'm not sure that I would ever pick the Steelers to beat the Bills, just on moral principles.
Okay, Bills win. Bills beat the Steelers. Bills home for the Bengals.
So their season's not going well.
No.
Could they trade Jamar Chase to the Bills, please? No? All right, I'll take the Bills.
I wonder if they'd listen on Higgins. They signed Higgins, but it's not that long-term a deal. Like 2 years. All right, you taking the Bills. Bills at Patriots.
Revenge game. Bills will cross his fingers. knock on wood, the Bills will win.
A little 6-game win streak
But
here.
I will tell you.
You better hope Drake May plateaus because that guy's to the moon right now.
That's what I was just going to tell you.
Yeah.
We saw what he did in the second half here. Now, granted, I didn't see the full game. I had Red Zone on, but it felt like every time they showed New England's offense, Drake May is throwing bombs. Like, they have a downfield passing game.
Yeah.
There's a guy by the name of Diggs who's really good, and Booty's really good too. Drake May looks really good.
That is kind of how Red Zone does work, though, right? You know that?
No, I mean, but even not like he could
No,
be.
I know.
It could be 3rd and 13 at their own 35, and he completes a bomb for a first down. It's not just in the 20.
They're calling him Mr. Third Down.
He's very good on third down.
You better be ready for them to start talking about him for MVP. By the way, that's coming.
That's part of my 7 on the panic meter. I think New England's actually legit good finally, and they have a real quarterback. But I'll take the Bills.
Bills. Next up, at the Browns.
Ooh.
I mean,
I bet it's Shadur by then. I bet it's Shadur Sanders.
I was
going to
say, who's playing? This is crazy what's going on with them and their offense and their quarterbacks. I'll take the Bills to win the game.
Bills beat the Browns.
You going to make that trip?
No.
Maybe there'll be a Blitz.
At Cleveland in December.
Right, right.
Come on, you've done that before.
Sure, I have
Terrible.
Done that. I have done that before. I watched them lose 8-0.
I'm going to wait until they got final approval on that beautiful new stadium. Like they settled a lawsuit with Cleveland, so they're going to like a dome and just outside the city.
Soft.
2029.
Soft. Yeah. Last time I went to see a Bills-Browns game, the Bills lost 8-0, and I had to spend the night in Ashtabula.
That's a lovely little
on
town.
the way home. Yeah.
Right off I-90, right.
Eagles at Bills. Too bad this game isn't this week.
It's a 7-game win streak,
right? What's that?
This week?
7 game.
He's got them on a 7-game win streak.
Okay, I'm saying if it's Eagles-Bills this week, it would be the
No, I don't.
The who's really losing it bowl.
No.
He lost to the Bucs.
There was a loss to Tampa.
Oh, I missed the Tampa.
Yeah, I was
win
reading
streak.
this morning like all this stuff going on around the Eagles. What's wrong with the offense? Even their own players are talking about how it's become predictable.
Yeah.
They can't or won't let Saquon Barkley run the ball.
There's A.J. Brown trade rumors.
Yeah, right. There's supposedly unhappiness inside the team. So I feel like they will sort it all out, and by the end of the season, I'll give Philadelphia a win there.
Win for Philadelphia, and then home against the Jets.
They're not going to go 0-17, will they? They are atrocious.
I mean, they almost won the stupidest game in London the other
Their quarterback
day.
had 45 passing yards. Minus 10 when you take away, you go to net pat, 45 passing yards.
I think, the reason they might win a game is they're talking about benching Fields.
How do you...
And Taylor will come in, and they won't turn the ball over, and they'll win some 16-12 game.
They're just...
That's how they'll win.
Bad beyond bad. Take the Bills.
All right. Final count?
12-5.
12-5.
Eagles, Bucks, Chiefs. 12-5.
If Howard's season plays out, they kind of went through the whole year without beating a good team.
All right. If they're 12-5,
who's the best team they would have beat in your? Well, they beat the Ravens in Week 1, I guess.
But is it New England's the best team they would have beaten here?
At New England is a good win right now.
Let's talk about that for 1 second. So New England is 4-2. Joe picked the Patriots. We can find out if in Howard's world the Bills are wild card or hosting.
Well, they're definitely. Vrabel is going to beat the Titans by 60.
Titans win.
Oh my, that's right. That's their next
Browns
win.
Falcons. All of a sudden, that feels like an important game for Bills fans to watch.
Big game.
If the Patriots, it's in New England.
Oh, I think I got to pick New England.
New England.
If it was in Atlanta, maybe not. But yeah, it's in New England.
At the Bucks.
Loss.
Patriots.
They are. The
sorry,
Patriots.
Jets.
The Jets. They'll win. Yeah, they'll beat the Patriots. Will beat
Patriots
the Jets.
win.
Yes.
Bengals
win.
Giants
win.
Bills
loss.
He already had a loss. Ravens
loss.
That might be big. Jets
win.
11.
Ooh, that'd be fun, huh?
That would go to the final game of this. Oh, sorry, there's one more game. Dolphins.
Yeah, they'll beat the Dolphins.
Week 18 Dolphins. That's a new coach and Zach Wilson, I bet. Win.
That's 12. That's 12. Teams are 12-5.
Split the head-to-head.
So we're at tiebreakers.
So we're on division record, and they both would have beaten. Right?
They would have both.
They
swept.
both swept the Jets. They both would have swept.
So then
the
we
Dolphins.
go to common opponent or AFC record.
I don't know. If it's common opponent, Atlanta,
remember.
the Atlanta game could be even bigger.
It could. So could Tampa. So could all the AFC teams.
And we're getting in the weeds at that point.
They both would have played the Ravens.
Well, how
right?
far until we get to coin flip? Isn't that one of the tiebreakers?
Net points.
We need a prime time coin
points.
flip to see who wins the division between the Bills and the Patriots. Imagine that's the way their division streak ends.
I
don't know if that's still there's like it's like the 10th tiebreaker.
Do you know how many tiebreakers they have to get to?
It's common games.
It's a lot.
Common games. It would be common games. Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm not going to go do the math on that. I'm just
We
sorry.
have some time.
Not yet. Yeah.
But they're playing Week 18 to try to host a game.
That
it could also be where whoever wins that game hosts the other team.
This breakdown is, I think, why the Bills. If they want to win the division, they have to win that game in New England.
Yeah,
they probably unless you're going to count on New England blowing like 2 games to bad teams, which is not impossible.
Yeah, you didn't give New England the benefit of the doubt really anywhere.
No, I'd pick them chalk to win.
So New England
they lost to the Ravens. They lost to the
Bucs. Closest I came was
5-1 in the division.
Yeah,
in those picks.
The closest I came was the Giants. Where's that game?
I believe it's New York.
Like a game like that.
Giants.
Jackson Dart, like a team that's like kind of better than they were, like just steals one.
12-5. All right, Howard.
Could have been worse.
Yeah,
he went against the every other 11 wins, 13 wins, 11 wins, 13 wins.
That's
thing
right.
That's been going on.
Settled on a 12.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
All right, fellas.
See you next week.
No, not next week. There's a bye.
There's a bye week.
See you in 2 weeks.
That's right. I guess we'll see you next. Bye
well, if they make a trade between now and then, he comes in and pick the Bills.
If they make a trade,
They go get a wide receiver, safety scooter, or we go get safety streetcar.
When they get Chris Olave, you better be ready to rock a 15-win season. Just saying.
15.
Yeah,
3-win difference. Huh.
I'll take it under advisement.
People think I'm kidding when I say, like, if I were them, I would just attempt to be the perfect offensive team and score 40 a game. 30 would be bad.
Yeah, be the Warriors.
There's a little bit of Lions thing going, from 2 years ago, wasn't it? The Lions were great on offense, but their defense was trash. Or they had a bunch of injuries maybe at the back half of the season.
Last year, the Lions were the 1 seed, and their defense was horrible.
But also, didn't they have everybody in the secondary was hurt?
Yeah,
so
it was injuries.
They were giving up 30 points but scoring 40.
But it didn't. They still got there.
Right.
Like, everyone got hurt. Aiden Hutchinson got hurt. The Bills put 50 on them. Didn't there 48 on them?
Yeah.
And they still got the 1 seed.
Yeah, need more than 14 points a game.
All right, thanks, Howard.
All right, guys.
Coming up today on the Extra Point Show, Syracuse and UB play at KeyBank Center in 10 days, and Sal is going to talk with both head coaches on the show today. So stay tuned for that. You got that coming up on the Extra Point Show, plus Paul Hamilton ahead of tonight's Sabres-Senators game and the Bills at the bye. Sal's coming up top of the hour with the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show.
It's 2 goals in the 3 games, Lindy. That was, you had some question about that before the season. You would get questions about offense and Josh Norris being out. Do you feel like, best players are playing up to their standard, or even beyond that? That maybe do you feel like you have enough best players to score goals at the level you need to?
I think we do. I think and I was asked this the other night. Your best players have to be your best players. Your best players are the ones that, through a season, that will win you hockey games. If you look at that connection on our top line, which last year was basically Benson, Kalik, and Thompson, the number of opportunities they created inside of the game. Tomer's points per game were, I think, 1.18 playing with those guys. When you roll out your top players have to be the guys that produce for you. They have to be 90% of the times your top guys when it comes to defending against other teams' top players. I look at we have plenty of guys that can produce, and part of it has to come from them. Part of that is the structure of playing faster, creating more tenacity. Like I said, I thought we got closer to it. We talked a lot about we have to be a better defensive team. Defensively, we're answering the bell. Offensively, right now, I don't want to hear about guys that are out of the lineup. I think you let in with Brady Tkachuk is going to be out of the lineup for 4 weeks. You can't spend any time in that. We can't spend any time when Josh Norris being out of the lineup. We need more out of the guys that are in the lineup. When the guys in the lineup get their chance, and usually a chance comes when somebody gets injured, you step up in the lineup. It's the chance you've been waiting for. We need guys to grab a hold of that and take it right now.
Joe, do you think, sometimes for fans watching a game, like anybody out there, cute is a play? What you're talking about here, do you feel like the entire game plan got cute instead of just doing the thing you should have done?
Yeah, I do. I do think that. And, not only not coming in with, I think, the right ideas to beat this defense, but then within the game, falling in love with some stuff that just didn't make any sense to me. You should never be in love with isolated routes in man coverage with Keon Coleman against A.J. Terrell. That's a mismatch for Atlanta. The favor is Atlanta. That's a good man coverage corner. That's not a good man coverage separator at receiver. Why are you in love with those isolated opportunities? They're wasted downs. I mean, the Elijah Moore play, it's well documented. Sean McDermott was very direct about how silly that play was. And look, I think we wanted counters from the tush push, and that was, right? They have Reggie Gilliam right there behind Josh Allen. It looks like a tush push, and they attacked the edge on the handoff, and maybe it was blocked well. But the point is, you're just not repped enough handing the ball to Elijah Moore in a game situation, or Dawson Knox, right? So you see this fail 2 weeks in a row really give you a game-changing play for the other team because you had an unforced error. And ultimately, James Cook, just give the ball just run the ball with James Cook and live with it, right? You got this physical offensive line that's big against a small front and a great running back. Live with that. Don't live with handing the ball to Elijah Moore and relying on perimeter blockers to get it done when you have that offensive line and that running back.
Yeah, it's continue to say, I know when we had their game, I made the point too. It's like we talk about all these pieces, and I just don't feel like people talk about James Cook enough. I mean, this offensive line and James Cook, to me, are their X factor. When people say, where is their X receiver? Where is the guy who's like, man, that guy that you're saying, hey, in crunch time, this is who we got to go to. To me, it's James Cook, and I'm finding a million ways to get him the football. I think you even look at like San Francisco and what they do with Christian McCaffrey. I think of the big moments of the Bills in the playoffs in the years past. I think of the big moments and big games for them. To me, it goes back to not just a Josh Allen crazy play, big runs from James Cook, big possessions where they give the ball to him a lot and they get some momentum and get going offensively, and it opens everything else up for him. He's got to be the focal point of this offense to me for them to continue to grow into what they're going to have to be, because the truth is, on the outside, Fitz, I don't think they scare a lot of people.
Andrew Whitworth with Ryan Fitzpatrick, Fitz and Whit. The jury's in on the Bills, right? It's not out. Jury's in? We're at a consensus. Yeah, they're back. They're in with their verdict. The consensus is not enough on the outside. You're going to have to win with the run game, and James Cook's got to be your feature. And maybe that's a consensus.
The jury being, isn't the jury out when they read the verdict?
No, the jury's out means they're still deciding. The jury is in means they have the ruling.
Okay.
Right, use jury's out. Well, the jury's out on such and such. That means we don't know.
Verdict is in is what I'm saying.
Yes.
Right. The verdict is
in. I don't know. 803-0550. If you missed the show today, we talked to Lindy for a little while. We were talking about it with Howard. Lindy sounded energized / defiant. There was a report that one NHL coach thought he that he thought Lindy sounded resigned.
Yeah.
In game 2, and I thought Lindy's tone today was to maybe indicate I'm not resigned, I'm very engaged. Because I picked up on it too. You and I hadn't talked about it until Howard was in here, and I picked up on it too. I thought his tone was like that. And if you missed Joe Marino, the Lockdown Bills podcast, he is trade for a receiver.
You've stolen your wide receiver train as you hopped off to get on
No one can steal it from me.
He did. You hopped off just to take a little...
Hopped off.
You saw a safety scooter out there on the platform, and you thought, let me just, park the train and let me take a little ride on that thing for a day. And while you were out doing that, Joe jumped in the engineer's chair, and he's riding off with your train.
I've been riding this wide receiver train since Jake Kumaro was out there as their third outside option.
It's still your train.
Yeah.
You're saying he stole it.
I let people drive it sometimes.
He's driving it, yeah.
I let how hard is it to drive a train? It stays on the rails. That's it. You don't have to do anything. It's just gas and brakes.
That's a good point. It doesn't feel...
And when you want to turn...
There's no steering wheel.
When you want to turn, they turn the tracks.
I don't think.
No, they turn the tracks.
Yeah. Although sometimes the tracks split, like there's a fork in the tracks, right? And you got to know which one to go down.
Yeah.
Or do the tracks themselves decide that?
The tracks themselves.
But do you set that? Or somebody else at the rail yard does
Listen,
that?
this is a magical train, so don't fact check any of this. Jim in Connecticut wants to talk receiver trade. What's up, Jim? How are you? Hello, Jim.
Oh, I'm here. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're all good. You were waiting a while. I want to make sure to get to you, so thanks for calling.
Yeah, I'll make it quick. It changed a little bit. I listened to the Joe Marino session. I'll tell you what, I hope McDermott, Brady, and Bean were all listening to. That was excellent from both sides, both your guys' comments and his. It was right on spot. But the thing I called about, I don't know if you guys have heard, there's this rumor floating around that Brady could maybe be a head coach candidate for Penn State. I don't know if you've heard that.
I saw like a Penn State Reddit thing, but I haven't seen like a report or anything. It's more just like a discussion.
He's going to be mentioned in every rumor. He's coached in the college level. He's coached in the NFL. So I think he'll probably be mentioned for almost any rumor.
You know what it was? I think I saw he is the betting favorite. Like sports books are going to do this, right? Like they're going to set odds on who could be the head coach.
Yeah.
And one sports book put Joe Brady as the betting favorite to be Penn State's next head coach. That's what
the other thing, the other trade rumors floating around, how real, Olave from New Orleans, Shaheed from New Orleans, you keep seeing these floating around. I wonder how real they are. I mean, it'd be nice, but how real are they for receivers?
I don't know. I think, thanks, Jim, other receiver ideas, like Jerry Jeudy is a name.
Yeah, go back to the Cleveland well.
I just want to make...
Juwan Jennings in San Francisco wants to be traded. Jacoby Myers wants to be traded. But those guys... Are those guys what we're talking about? Myers and Jennings, like we're talking. Myers is more of a slot guy, but I don't know. He's a better outside guy.
They definitely don't need a slot guy. They definitely need somebody on the outside.
But he can do both. But it's like I don't need him to do one of the two things he's good at. So I don't know.
Now that I'm an adult and I'm mature, sometimes I don't yell a lot, and I'm not going to yell this point, but I want to shout it from the rooftops because this is like at the root of it. If they are to go trade for a guy like Olave, that would be great. That would be like a Diggs trade. You'd have to sign him and trade him. He's got concussion history. You might worry about that. If they're going to go trade for Calvin Ridley, right? He's at a dog team.
Bad team.
The money would be tough, but I just want to drive home the main point of all of this, which is it is so expensive to get good players at this position. You know how expensive it is to get a safety right now? Not that expensive.
No.
It is so costly. You want to go get you want to get Olave, they want a first, and then you're paying him $28 million. Diggs was an expensive cost. It was worth it because he was that good. You want to go get Ridley? What am I doing? Giving the Titans a 6th-round pick and then taking on $20 million on a 31-year-old receiver? It is so expensive. Cooper, you had Cooper for like a half a year. It cost you a 3rd-round pick. It's the prices on receivers. There's a way to avoid all of that. We all know what it is. And it has been a major flaw in their roster build for years. It is so expensive. And here we are talking about, they might have to do that again. They might have to trade for a calendar year after they had to do it.
Are they going to punt a 3rd-round pick on 12 games of somebody? I mean, I think it would be a good idea, but it's definitely never the best idea. The best idea is, of course, to just draft them all the time because it's so expensive. Meanwhile, they draft defensive linemen more than any team in the NFL. It's been half their picks in Bean's tenure on defensive linemen and have never drafted a Pro Bowler at that position.
Yeah.
So, whatever. Go trade for a safety. Go trade for a receiver. Go trade for anything. But the price on safety and the price on receiver is just like, it's so different. They could have drafted a safety this year, too. They had to draft. No, I'm just fine. It's fine. Their defense could come together with the help of about 6 people. I'm not even trying to be snarky.
No, but a lot needs to happen.
A lot needs to happen. A lot.
They are. Is it a good job by McDermott, like that he's keeping these point totals to what they are, 24 and 23 in the last couple of weeks, 19 before that to the Saints? Because everybody agrees, don't we, that like the personnel is totally flawed at the moment. Corner, there's just nothing happening. The safeties are bad. The linebackers are not doing what you would have hoped. Like, you look around the roster and you go, man, there's just not a lot of talent here. And then they do keep them to 24 points. Is that not McDermott? Is that not coaching that's helping that?
Well,
how are they doing it? The second half, it was they started. Joe even broke it down. Like in the first half, a lot of it was they're just getting into their landmarks and they're just kind of hanging out and playing their normal philosophy. And in the second half, they started doing something different. And then what happened? The Falcons couldn't score. I think that's coaching. I think that's about as good as you could do with the players you have.
Mike in Pennsylvania. Hey, Mike.
Hey, guys, real quick. I just want to find, we're looking for a wide receiver. Chris Olave's name came up. I'm wondering if the Bills couldn't pry away Marvin Harrison Jr. for the right price. It looks like that guy's struggling over in Arizona. Kyler Murray's a struggling quarterback. I don't know what they have in him. They're probably, you have to stay with him because of his cap implications. So I wonder if the Bills offer the right compensation package with a receiver in return, if he would be an option, and that would be beneficial to both sides.
Yeah, I would be stunned if they were willing to do that at this point. He is struggling comparative to where his expectations were, which were he's going to walk in and be a Hall of Famer, right? One of the best receiver prospects we've ever seen. He's doing fine, but not great. The guy, I don't think either of these players are getting traded at all. But as you brought up Harrison Jr., that's not the guy I thought of while you were talking. I thought about Brian Thomas Jr., who's been struggling a lot. His coach and GM did not select him. They actually poured a lot of a ton of assets, into getting Travis Hunter, and that's not happening right now with Travis Hunter.
Well,
so if one of those two are going to depart their teams, not this season.
I was going to say
after the season, maybe. I don't think it's Harrison. I think it's Thomas.
At the risk of opening up an old wound, the idea that the Jaguars should trade a good receiver to the Bills is nuts. You're a good team. That team's in your way. Why would you ever make a deal with them?
I'm not saying they would trade him to the Bills. I'm just saying he would become available to me before Harrison would.
Yeah. You can do that when you're bad. You can do that when you're the Browns and the Bengals trading Joe Flacco for nothing.
Right.
But the idea of giving a premium asset to your primary competition remains to me not a good idea.
But some teams do it.
Like the Bills.
Dallas did it.
Right. The Bills did that.
Yeah.
And we've only had one chapter of the Worthy story.
Right.
There's actually two chapters. They played twice. And he was good and important in both games. And chapter 3 is coming up in a couple of weeks. So I would not, if I'm the Jaguars, trade Brian Thomas Jr. to the Bills. And if you did, the cost would be what? A first.
It'd be a lot.
And if it's this offseason, losing 2 years of that entry, you're paying him in a year and paying him $27, $30 million.
What you're saying is it'd be a better idea just to draft one?
That's generally what I'm arriving at.
Although he is pretty good.
Routinely.
Although he's both of those guys. That receiver class last year, there's a lot of talent in it. Those two are the weird ones to me. They are so explosive. They look so talented. And just for some reason, it doesn't, both Thomas and Harrison.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel like Neighbors, this was happening. Neighbors, it was, this dude looks amazing. He doesn't even have good quarterbacks. And you see it, and the production is there. This guy's going to be one of the best receivers in football. Harrison and Thomas, so explosive, so athletic. There's just something missing with both of those.
The other thing there's another name here that, of course, the Bills
I mean, probably should have taken.
Adonze?
No, McConkey.
All right, Adonze went top
Should have
10.
taken McConkey.
Yeah,
McConkey was there. Just take separators.
And he looks good.
He's amazing.
Yeah.
Chuck in Buffalo and then Extendo Sports. Hey, Chuck.
Hey, guys. This conversation's really resonating. It's driving me crazy this week. I mean, if you just look at the salary cap piece from Olave's cost, I'm just on Spot Trek here, like driving myself crazy. A 2% cost for a 5-year asset versus spending 5% total between Elijah Moore, Samuel, and Palmer seems crazy to me. Obviously, those three players are nowhere near the player Olave's been, in spite of the concussion issues. I just don't understand the management of the salary cap. And obviously, all of these points are time sensitive. They have to take advantage of this window. Everybody talks about the window, and it's only open for so long. So it just seems like a waste for me. And I don't know if Dean's ever really come out and talk about just salary cap implications. It doesn't make any sense to me. So I don't understand it, guys. It's driving me crazy.
Yeah. Thanks, Chuck. Listen, they've put together a pretty good roster, a pretty good team. They've won 5 straight division titles. It can be hard to keep together. Like, right now is a moment of, for anybody saying, like, wow, you guys sound like the world's ending. The same way we sound like they're going to win the Super Bowl when they're 4-0, and then this time comes, there's ebbs and flows. And along the way, we're trying to figure out, like, what will undo them. And that's what Bean is doing, I'd imagine, right? He's in the office like, all right, what can I do to cover some holes between now and November 4th that gives us the best chance to win this thing? Because you don't have to be, first off, you don't have to be the best team. You don't have to be the best version of yourself. You don't have to be better than last year's Bills. What you have to do is win. That's where you are. You have to win. So what gives them the best chance? What can they plug in to give them a chance? And if the Chiefs get knocked out and they never have to face them and they go to the NFC, if they go to the Super Bowl and then they play the Eagles and beat them, like, jackpot. Who cares? Like, flags fly forever. So his task is figuring out how to plug the holes. And right now it just feels like there are more than there have been in years past. So I feel like that's why these conversations sound a little bit more,
Rick, it's like
live.
When I hear that they built a great team, I think they built a great run game.
I think they
around. What else is great right now?
Right, they have a great quarterback. And,
right. Like, but beyond that,
I know.
Like to build the great team around Josh Allen, what have they done? Right now, what do you know they're great? He's done a great job at the offensive line and the running back position. You've built it in the tight ends. You've built a great running game. What else?
And when you that's part of this. When you have the best quarterback, arguably, one of the 3 best offensive lines, a great run game, to still not be able to throw it as much as you want to when you need to still be thinking, boy, I struggle to get the ball down. Everything else is there. The whole ecosystem is built. This is not some team that can't run it. Mm-hmm. If you had a team that couldn't throw the ball, I'm like, well, guys, that's because you got to run to get teams out of that cover 2 shell. The Bills face cover 1 all the time and can't throw it down the field.
Right.
You need man coverage. The Bills get man coverage all the time. They can't beat those guys. So, I don't know. They're probably fine. We'll just allow ourselves to freak out for 2 weeks and then, go beat Carolina. And then Chiefs week. Like, listen, it's going to be intense. It's going to be nuts. All right. Jeremy and Joe on WGR.
I know that you're a little more interested in upgrades in the secondary.
Yeah.
And I think I'm more interested in the upgrades at receiver.
All right.
And this is going to be a big surprise, maybe. I don't know. But I
don't think you'll have to talk to him into it too
you definitely
much.
don't have to talk me into it. I mean, I could certainly get there. Is it because, I mean, the main root of it for me is always, I want to lean into the path that I'm going to win games, and with this defense structurally, I might have to score 41 a game, so I got to find a way to do that.
Yes, I think you're on to mostly what I'm thinking, but ultimately what it comes down to is I think this defense is completely game script dependent. And Sean McDermott says it all the time. The Falcons or whatever team is allowed to be 2-dimensional, right? Well, how do you get them 1-dimensional? You have more points and you have them chasing it. And I'm not saying defense, defense. I am not saying that. But I think because of the structure of defense that you have and the personnel that you have defensively, your best way to get your defense in good situations is to be able to score a lot of points because they are game script dependent. If not, you're going to be in neutral game scripts, and when that's the case, your run defense is a problem, right? Like it's the issues there are very deep, and you're playing this coverage, where you're pretty soft, and you need that margin for error. You need to create urgency for that other team to the point where they're scared of being able to keep up with Josh Allen. And boy, that was my whole narrative. I feel silly for my analysis the last 2 weeks because I think it's really the Bills just didn't align with it. It's like, I don't think Drake May can outscore Josh Allen for 60 minutes if the Bills play offense like this. Same thing with Michael Penix. 24 points should not be enough to beat the Bills. They scored 14.
Yeah.
I think because of the way you play defense, your best opportunity is to control game scripts, and I think that starts with scoring points. And I think they need too much on defense.
Joe, do you think, sometimes for fans watching a game, like anybody out there, cute is a play? What you're talking about here, do you feel like the entire game plan got cute instead of just doing the thing you should have done?
Yeah, I do. I do think that. And, not only not coming in with, I think, the right ideas to beat this defense, but then within the game, falling in love with some stuff that just didn't make any sense to me. You should never be in love with isolated routes in man coverage with Keon Coleman against A.J. Terrell. That's a mismatch for Atlanta. The favor is Atlanta. That's a good man coverage corner. That's not a good man coverage separator at receiver. Why are you in love with those isolated opportunities? They're wasted downs. I mean, the Elijah Moore play, it's well documented. Sean McDermott was very direct about how silly that play was. And look, I think we wanted counters from the tush push, and that was, right? They have Reggie Gilliam right there behind Josh Allen. It looks like a tush push, and they attacked the edge on the handoff, and maybe it was blocked well. But the point is, you're just not repped enough handing the ball to Elijah Moore in a game situation or Dawson Knox, right? So you see this fail 2 weeks in a row really give you a game-changing play for the other team because you had an unforced error. And ultimately, James Cook, just give the ball just run the ball with James Cook and live with it, right? You got this physical offensive line that's big against a small front and a great running back. Live with that. Don't live with handing the ball to Elijah Moore and relying on perimeter blockers to get it done when you have that offensive line and that running back.
All right, we're in and out here. Sal's coming up. Again, UB and Syracuse basketball teams will meet in 10 days at KeyBank Center. He's going to talk with both head coaches. Coming up on the show at 10 o'clock. Also, Paul Hamilton, as the Sabres look for their first win of the season, first power play goal of the season. They look for their first lead of the season. They didn't have one of those yet.
Well, Ottawa's without their best player, so. And we'll see. They play a back-to-back, so fingers crossed it's not Allmark tonight.
Revenge game?
I mean, he's probably had. How many wins has he beat? How many times has he beat the Sabres since he's been gone?
Good question.
He's the most beloved Sabre of the drought still. No, revenge.
Is that
People
right?
love Hallmark. Right? Who has a more positive approval rating from the Sabres drought than him? More well-liked. Consensusly.
Good question.
Is that a word?
Consensusly?
Yeah.
I don't think consensusly. No.
Sounds like it could be. I bet like 99% of Sabre fans like Linus Ullmark.
Is it the Minions?
It's the Minions. It's the hugs.
Yeah.
He was good. They probably should have never let him go.
Fair.
They were $20 million under the cap. Probably should have given him like $8 million. Probably would have made the playoffs. That's fine.
803-0550. I don't need to give you the number. We're done. We're back tomorrow. We'll recap the Sabres game, of course, and we'll maybe talk some deadline targets, what the Bills could do. It's going to be a Thursday. Steelers and Bengals tomorrow night, too. The Icy Hot Bowl. Get ready for the Icy Hot Bowl. Maybe we'll have some fun with old people.
Tomlin being mad.
Me.
Well, we got to play Tomlin being mad about Flacco getting traded tomorrow.
Yeah. Tomlin. He's having a great year. Good for him. Good for the Steelers. I saw Andrew Filipponi suggest that if the Steelers got A.J. Brown, they'd be Super Bowl favorites. And I just want to say I'm really glad that the Steelers fans are going to be fully fooled this year into thinking their team is a contender. It helps me feel better. All right, Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show coming up.